Yo, can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? What's good? What's good, Will Socket? What's good, Quiet Money? What's happening? What's good? What's good? What is good? Yo, so welcome to the Knicks at Night podcast, everybody. Sorry about that slow, crazy start. Things been crazy. Yeah, hey, I got some video. I got video of myself, but I'm in the car right now, man. There's a lot of stuff for us to talk about. Felipe 210 was good. Greenhouse was happening. Was good. Was good. So a bunch of stuff going on today, man. I was walking around the spot today, and these crazy fans said something to me, and I want to know if this is going on in y'all lives also, right? Want to know if y'all are having the same things going on. What's up, Jarrell Williams? What's happening? So, a guy walks up to me at work, at the sink or whatever, and says, "Hey, how about our Brooklyn Nets?" Daryl Pemberton, what's happening? What's good? Pseudonym Squeepay, what's good? Dude asked me about our Brooklyn Nets. Our Brooklyn Nets. Our Brooklyn Nets. I'm already frustrated. But before I get into that, let me do this. So my man says, "Hey, Uncle Freezy, what's happening with our Brooklyn Nets?" And I'm like, "Hey, big dog, there is no such thing as our Brooklyn anything. There's no such thing as our Brooklyn anything, right? No, our Brooklyn Nets. Nah, that ain't how we roll. That's not how we roll, boss. There's no our Brooklyn Nets. I don't do the bandwagon thing, right? I'm not one of those guys that jump to flashy objects and all kind of stuff. Y'all been around me long enough. Y'all know me, right? Y'all know me, all right? So there's no such thing as our Brooklyn Nets, right? So he's like, "Yo, when Kyrie get back, we might score 200 points a game." And so in my unbelief and shock, my shock and disbelief, I say, "Listen, man, really? That's what y'all do now? That's what this is all about." Hey, what's up, Foxy?
Yo, I didn't know whether you were going to make it tonight. I was up and I didn't see the thing, so I said, you know what, you're my brother. Let me jump on to try to make life a little easier for you with that crazy grind of yours.
Yeah, man. Hey, yeah, man. I appreciate it. It's been a long day at the doctors and stuff.
Oh,
So I
man.
wasn't able to get around the computer like I wanted to. But what I wanted to do, first of all, thank you, man.
I
And
love
I
you. You know
appreciate you.
that. And also anytime, you know that I'm dedicated to the family, so it makes no meaning I could jump on in a second cuz I always have your back.
Yeah, for sure. Man, I appreciate that, man. Hey, man, you're the perfect point guard for this team, man. you're the you're the perfect point guard for this team, man.
I
And
don't know
plus
I'm
the
the
cat,
perfect point guard, but I do know I love you guys.
yeah, man, yeah, yeah. So before I get back on the Brooklyn Nets, I'm a say something to the young men out there. So young men out there, I go to the doctor and the doctor tells me all the stuff. that older middle-aged guys don't want to hear. He's like, hey man, you old, you fat, you slow, you need to diet, you need to get more rest, you need to take your medication, you need to do all these different things if you want to be a very old guy with these conditions. And so, I'm like, man, but in high school I used to be such and such. And so he tells me, hey man, those that was like that was
Those
like
days are
30.
over.
Yeah. So for the young guys, man, take care of yourself and your family. Make sure y'all get plenty of rest. Don't work 3 or 4 jobs. Take your medicine and all that stuff, and you'll live a happy life. So, but on to Brooklyn. I can't, Foxy. I can't take it anymore.
Me too. But you know what? I'm glad it's a long season because we know the drama is not far behind over in Brooklyn, and we also know the number of touches that are not far behind where somebody's going to feel left out. And so, hey, let the season go on, and things will take care of themselves. All I'm focused on is on our team, our development. We know we'll have some good days, we'll have some bad days, but if they develop even in the bad days, then we had a good day.
Right, right, right. So right. 'Cause to your point, bad days should be net positives for us. You know what I mean? So bad days in terms of victory should still produce type of development. You know, and we like to call it one to grow on. If but this Brooklyn thing frustrates me so much, man. At work, dude, at the work, we generally say the most inappropriate stuff to each other. You know what I'm saying? But for dudes to legit wear a Knicks jersey to work, a t-shirt to work last summer, and now wearing Brooklyn hats in the building,
Yeah,
it's
that's
crazy.
sacrilege.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's frustrating me, man. No, I'm a diehard Knicks fan from and I don't have to get into that with y'all because y'all know and understand, and they do too. But dudes are um at the truck talking about, hey man, you seen the new Brooklyn jerseys? It's frustrating, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Well,
frustrating.
there's fans and then there's fans.
Yeah, 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 man. So what do you have on your mind, man?
Me? Nothing. I saw at the last second. I got nothing prepared, so it's truly a freestyle night. But
Freestyle,
uh,
man.
yeah,
Yeah,
but I'm cool with that. We got a lot to talk about.
yeah,
A lot of people talking about. We have Burks coming back. We have Rivers out. I wanted to, I thought a little about Mitch today, and I ran something and looked at his injury report since he came in. So I thought maybe a little discussion we could have is about, we see development, but we also see the kid banged up with only after 12 games,
right.
and we watched him and. Is he going to be cool? Is he going to have the durability? Because people saying we got to tie him up and all these things, and it's like I know, but John Sally, people like the kid has to put on 10 pounds and stuff like that. You see the way he runs. It's going to be very difficult, especially during the season, for him to ever put on any weight
Right.
because he's basically doing wind sprints and sweating off that weight anyway. But I think he may have a body like a John Sally. He's always going to be a tall, thin, lean guy, and
Right.
that's who he is. I don't think, people are like, well, he could put on 10, 15 pounds in his base and he has to do lifts and all that. And like, yo, man, he's had the, top, he's been with the Knicks organization. So I think strength and conditioning coaches, Igus, strength and
Hey
conditioning
guys.
coaches, etc., would have already started working on that. I think this is who his body is. Obviously, as he matures, he'll get stronger. But, um, I thought that maybe just running around the hall talking to our brothers here and also in the live chat is, do you think Mitch can stay healthy? Because the way he's moving around now, I just don't see how he can heal. You
I
there?
don't.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't see how, man. And the reason why I'll say this. So I watched Kareem Abdul-Jabbar um over the course of his career go from like a string bean to a guy with super thick legs whatever. You know what I'm saying? And
Yep.
because as a 21-year-old, 21-year-old, he looked like you could just push him away with like just fingers or whatever. And at the end of Cap's career, you saw his legs and thighs. He was so developed down there that you couldn't move him in the post anymore. You know what I mean? I don't know if everybody is cut out to do that though. You know, because
You
centers
know, you
like
know how
Kareem.
crazy I am, Freezy? I was trying to find a picture of Mitchell Robinson's father to just see that if, just from a DNA standpoint, is he going to fill out? Is his father like still a thin, lean guy, an older gentleman, or is he a big guy that there is a chance for him to fill out?
Right. I don't. Hey man, I don't blame you in that.
Hey,
But you know
Freezy,
what
could I cut
though?
in? Let me cut in 1 sec. So since Mitch joined the league, so this is starting from when he joined the league. He had an ankle injury, heel injury. These are games that he missed. Ankle, heel, groin, just an illness. Ankle, concussion. Ankle, toe, hamstring, illness. Ankle, hamstring, ankle, right heel. So I don't know, thank God there's no surgeries in there and things like that, but he is banging against some big dudes. And you mind if I go around the horn and ask some of our brothers in the video chat?
No, go ahead.
So, Kev, how are you, my friend? This is unexpected, but as always, good to see you.
Yes, I'm still. I feel like I can't leave work now at night anymore. I feel like freezing.
Uh, but I always got my brother's back. Hey, I like this. I like the development we've seen in Mitch's game. He's not getting in the foul trouble that we've seen. Obviously, we want to see a little more on the offensive or something on the offensive side. But I looked
You know,
at Clint Capella because I was just looking for. I think that Mitch, and I know Randall gets a lot of rebounds, but Mitch has to average double rebounds. The 8 or so rebounds he gets a game now are cool, but for me to look at this season as a good season for Mitch in development, he has to have double digit rebounds every night. So you heard the list. Do you think Mitch can be a durable player in the long haul?
it's so funny that we're talking about Mitch because I was thinking about Mitch earlier when I was watching the Philadelphia Boston game, and I thought to myself, people keep talking about Mitch's development, but the only thing that Mitch isn't doing is getting in foul trouble. And so I'm like, is that really development that he's just not fouling as much? Because he hasn't added anything new to his game
Thank you.
other than him not fouling. And it's like, is that really development? I mean, I guess that's a step forward, I guess, but
Well, he took a step back on free throws.
He took a step back on free throws his right week. He's only like around 44% this year.
yeah. So I'm just everyone keeps saying that I'm having Mitch's development. I'm like, but what exactly has he developed? Is there another wrinkle to his game or something that we can be like, oh, that's different from last year, other than the fact that he's not fouling. He's not getting in constant foul trouble, which I guess is a testament to, I guess, being more disciplined. But I don't know if being more disciplined is the same thing as being more developed. And so I continue to think, and I thought to myself, the Knicks will never be, until we get a center, and I don't know if he is. This is my thing. When people talk about Clint Capella, does anyone ever talk about Clint Capella being a foundational piece?
He wouldn't have been traded then.
Yeah, and they're like, well, I don't see that type of center that Mitch is as a foundational piece to a championship.
No.
The last time that's probably happened that a center like Mitch has been instrumental to a championship team is Tyson Chandler when Dallas won.
Mm-hmm.
Did he score?
Who,
Yeah.
Tyson Chandler?
Yeah.
Tyson Chandler probably averaged like 12 points.
No.
If that.
Maybe. But At the end of the day, look at what you said. He was an integral part in a championship run without that. So look at Mitch the same way. I think y'all want too much. Look, today's NBA, the center is not giving you what Jokic is giving you. You only got 5 centers in the league that's giving you that, and none of them won a championship.
Here's the thing. The center position will always, to me, I don't care what kind of phase you go through. If you have a legit center, you may not win a championship, but I guarantee you can be in contention.
Mitch
Because there's no reason for Denver to be in contention if they didn't have Nikola Jokic.
But you can stay in contention. Look, the center in today's NBA doesn't have to do what yesteryear's centers did. It's a whole different game. We're asking Mitch to give what no other center that won lately is doing. That's what we're asking Mitch. We want him to score. We want him to do all of this other things. But Ben Wallace averaged 6 points, 7 points for his career. Won a championship. We're not looking at centers, not the center spot, not the 5 spot, maybe the 4.
Here's the thing. That's it. Ben Wallace was so superior on one end of the floor to where it just negated everything he did because his superiority on the defensive side was so much greater. And so if we ask Mitch don't score, then we need Mitch to be so much superior.
No, what we need, Kev, you're wrong. What we need Mitch to do is get better on the side of the ball, just like we need Knox to get better on the side of the ball.
Hey, Rob.
We need Mitch to get better.
Hey, Rob. To our boy Kevin's point, did you see anybody like a Drummond do to Ben Wallace what they did to Mitch?
Look, do Drummond got a championship?
I didn't ask you that.
I don't even think Drummond even played
Wallace. Hey, look, we know that he's playing hurt. We do know that.
Has Drummond ever played Wallace?
No, but what I'm saying, no.
Tweaky, man, you're awesome.
No, Drummond. Hey, look, Mitch is playing hurt right now. We all know that, right? Can we agree that?
No, he is, and that's why I opened it up with Freezy, just saying that I was just making some notes and taking some notes. Did you hear the injury report since he came to the league that I read?
Yeah.
On one ankle.
As a second look,
an ankle's a wheel. If you have bad wheel, then you can have trouble.
But I don't think that he really has bad wheels. It's for the simple fact he's been playing through that. He's showing grit.
Good too. He's playing good.
Okay,
I'm not disputing he's playing well, but we've been talking about giving the guy a long-term contract.
But Steve,
is he durable?
Steven, look at the league that we're in right now. We're playing 4 games in 5 nights. This is different now.
I give him the contract for $10 million.
Hey, look,
I'm not disputing that, but I'm just saying that if you watch his game and if you watch the last 3 or 4 games because of his style, how many scary falls did this kid take because of his style that he goes way up in the air and there ain't no place to go but coming down? And
and at his age, guess what I do? I expect him to get up.
Yeah, until the day he doesn't get up.
Hey, look, if he doesn't get up, then we have to replace that. But at his age, his body is more durable. Yes, it looked like hard falls, but we expect him to get up. I expect the 21.
But he looks like he's getting up slower every time he goes down.
If he ain't tearing nothing or rip nothing or break nothing, I expect him to get up.
I'm a Rob.
But how do you heal injuries like that if you're playing through the injuries?
But look, this is how you do it. Right now, I'm young enough. Hey, look, if Mitch was 30, we'll be having a different conversation. Tweaky, go on mute. But Mitch is 21. So look, you remember they had a commercial with Dwayne Wade. He falls down, but he falls down 6 times, he get up 7. You remember that commercial?
No.
He falls down 6 times, he gets up 7. That means as though every time you forget, you're not getting carried out on the stretcher. But we expect too much from Mitch right now.
I don't expect too much from Mitch. All I'm saying, my whole thing with Mitch is when everyone keeps saying, "Oh, I love his development," I'm just like, what development?
The development is on the defensive side of the ball.
Seeing?
It's on the defensive side of the ball. It's not on the offensive side of the ball yet. It's on the defensive side of the ball. He's not fouling out. That's a plus. When he was fouling out,
that's a weird logic.
Because he's not fouling out.
Because when he was fouling out, we had a problem. So now he's not. So now he's learning to stay on the floor. Let's deal with Mitch on the defensive side. Let's get all of this with Mitch on the defensive side of the ball done first before we even talk about offense. Let's get his defense, because he's our defensive anchor. So we can't worry about what he's doing on the offensive end when he's our defensive anchor. We need him on the defensive side. We've seen what happened when Mitch went out that game against Oklahoma. Yeah. When Mitch went out the game and didn't come back in, they had a party at the rim.
Yeah.
So let's concentrate on what he does well first.
Hey, that wasn't the point, Rob. The report was, and as I said earlier, I like Mitch. We've seen development in Mitch, but the discussion has been giving him, throwing the bag at him, and just taking a step back and saying, is he worth the investment with no offensive game? And hey, I'm looking up at Clint Capella's numbers right here. So this is what I'm looking for Mitch, meaning
what's the bag? What's the bag you're throwing at him?
In his second year, give me Clint Capella's stats. His third year.
His third year was 12.6 points. Was 8 rebounds, which is what's Mitch doing. He has an assist a game. He was shooting 53% from the foul line. God, these fives can't shoot foul shots. So that was in his third season.
And Mitch is doing just that. And he got an $80 million bag just for doing that. What? Capella, next contract was $80 million.
Actually, it was $90 million.
90. Oh, wow.
What was his field goal percentage?
I'll tell you in a second, but Clint signed the 5-year, $90 million contract, so he's getting 16 this year, 17 next year, and 18 the year after. So that's what I was looking in my research of saying, if we're going to be throwing the bag at this kid, it's probably going to be in the range of what a Clint Capella signed. Do you agree with that, Rob?
He could go home.
I would say if Mitch can give us 30 to 35 minutes on the floor, he deserves every penny of that, because that's what every other NBA center is getting you. Embiid going to get 230.
No, Rob, you're not giving.
You won't give Embiid 230?
And he's a different animal.
Yes, because he's playing on the offensive side of the ball. So he gets 230. Mitch can get 90. That's just the basic price.
Mitch is getting
I would take Mitch for $15 million. I'm not disputing that. And what I didn't make a statement. I asked a question. It's two different things. I didn't come in with a predetermined thing about.
I was pretty much, Steve, not you. I was really dealing with Kev, like what his development is. His development is on the offensive side of the ball. Let's concentrate on that.
Capella was averaging.
Hold on for a second.
Mitch is averaging.
Hey, Tweaky, fix your camera so we can see your face. I like to see that face when you're talking.
It's dark. You know, I got TV. I said Capella was averaging, what did you say, like 12, 13 points a game when I got.
Wait, I see your face. In second thought, go dark again.
Hey, Tweak, in year three, where Mitch is at.
Exactly. But
he was giving you.
Honestly, I don't even think Capella was worth the bag.
I don't think he was worth that bag too, but like we were saying, the NBA is changing. The 5 is an important job. You know, it's not the 5 that we thought about. There's only a few 5s. There's only a few Jokic. We saw Vucevic the other day. Hey, man. Hey, Rob, you don't think Vucevic's a serious player?
Oh, the Joker?
No, the kid in Orlando we just saw at center.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so now you got anomalies. You got that. right there. But when that player wins a championship doing that, that means you're taking away from another player. When that player wins a championship at that, our record is better than theirs right now with him, with Mitch doing what he's doing. So Mitch is more important to our 4, our 3, because he can cover where he can't. They
Yeah.
can't cover like Mitch.
Nobody can
That's
cover it.
important.
That's why he is elite, whether inside the paint or going out to the 3-point line. Nobody blocks statistically more shots outside the arc than Mitch Robinson.
That's why Mitch is going to get paid.
I would say he'll get 12. I don't see him getting more than 12.
Hey, look, we're looking for too much at that position for right now. And then when Mitch, I rather like me personally, Mitch can get like right now. I would sign Mitch for $60 million right now today.
How many year?
4 years.
I would sign him right now today for $60 million.
4 years, $60 million.
I would give Mitch 4 years, $60 million.
Me too. That's why I didn't make any statement against Mitch. I asked the question of everybody their thoughts. I do that all day, all
right.
night.
Then we can move on from Mitch because Mitch is giving us. Mitch is important to us winning. That's all that matters. What he's doing for the New York Knicks.
Yeah. Hey, fellas, let me just do a quick shout out to the family. Quiet Money, my brother. He said, "Hope all is well. You got to go easy on Mitch. He'll get stronger and be more durable." Cool. That was the question I was asking. If we think he'll be more durable and get stronger. Well, I know he's going to get stronger. I just don't know if he'll get bigger.
But Rob, he's never going to score.
Hey, Tweaky, let me just finish a little on the shout outs. Ismail Rivas, my brother from the Bronx. Pseudonym Skype. Hope all is well. Keyshawn B. Sticks, New York City. Passionate about passion. Hey, I'm a person who's passionate about passion. Felipe 210. Zach Coach's Desk. Hope all is well, Zach. Asaya. Hey, if you have any questions about fixing a car, Zach's the man to go to, man. The man knows everything sideways, front, back, or anything about a car. Ismail Rivas says that's good enough for Mitch. He's not worth more than $15 million a year. Okay. My consigliere, Sima Singh, said 35 to 40 million max, and I trust my Sima Singh. So, Chef New York, stop being cheap and pay Mitch. This is what we wanted. Hey, we love this type of thing. Yeah. Hey, George Alvernia, hope all's well with your son and the family. Coach Colorblocks, how are you? We're talking about the worth of Mitch and his durability. Daryl Pemberton, again, morning, noon, and night, one of our favorites. Hey, please, thank you for all you do. Let me just go a little further up and just make sure I get all of the family. Allah Wise, as always, thank you for your questions. When he's gone, you all act like you're throwing him the bag. It's $25 million. When it's no game, you're going to be talking about something. Yep. There was a rock song, "You Don't Know What You Got Till It's Gone," by a band called Cinderella, and I could see that happening, that we don't sign Mitch, and then when we see him doing something on other teams, and we say, "Oh, jeepers, man, we should have signed that dude." You notice I said jeepers? I'm trying to keep it clean from my brother Freezy. I don't know if I've ever said the word jeepers in my life. Legion of Knicks, Guillermo, my brother, hope all is well. Misha. Okay, just real quick.
Can I say something?
Just one last thing, and you could take a tweak. Please hit those like, subscribe, remind the bells so you don't miss any Knicks at Night and Knicks Morning Drive broadcast. Please share the link on your favorite social media platform so we can grow the Lawrence Tears family. And thanks again for helping us blow past 1,270. Woo! A blink under 1,300. 1,500, here we come. We greatly appreciate it. And also shout out to the best mods on the planet. Sima Singh, Bodega Wi-Fi, and the new Knicks. We appreciate all you do. Take it, Tweaky.
I was watching a video earlier from Eru, E-R-U, and he was comparing Payton to Lonzo and how they're the same player. And I disagree cold-heartedly. He was basically saying their numbers were the same, that basically they're the same. They're a wash, Payton and Lonzo Ball.
They are. I've been saying that if people listen to the old Sly
They are.
Fox.
That's true, Steve. They are.
I've been
You're
I've
right.
been saying for a long time that statistically they average 11 points per game, 6.6 assists, 1.5. In fact, Elfrid Payton's a better foul shooter, which is a frightening thought.
Forget the numbers. You don't think Lonzo will make Mitch a better player?
I'm old school. It's about the numbers.
No.
I think Lonzo would probably have a better pace, but a better pace in Tibbs' offense. Basically, at this point, Tibbs' offense is kick it into Randall. If Randall doesn't get double teamed, he'll shoot. If he gets double teamed, he'll kick it out with 10 seconds left on the clock. If you're lucky,
Mitch a better player.
Mitch is a better play than who? What?
Will he score more? Will he get more lobs? Will he
with Lonzo?
Lonzo instead of
No,
I don't know. I think he'll get more lobs with Quick probably.
He's gonna get more lobs because they can press Alonzo because they know Alonzo can't shoot.
Ding ding ding. Thank you, Rob.
They know that. The league knows. Look, hey Twiggy, let me ask you a question.
Who's a better?
Do you have the league pass? Twig, do you have the league pass?
Who's the better floor general, Alfred or Lonzo? First of all, isn't Lonzo playing off ball now?
No.
So someone said the other day that he's playing off ball.
If he's playing off ball, what's he bringing to the game then?
Look, our record is better than the Pelicans. So why are we worried about what Alonzo is doing? And our point guards are doing better than him.
No. Just because our record's better, you don't put that on Alonzo.
Yes, I put that on. Yes, you have to put that on what we're running at the point.
And we're winning, basically.
We will not be better with Alonzo. We will be just the same. Or he has, look who he has. He has
Zion.
He has Williamson.
Hey, we got a C-Mac. Hey, C-Mac, as always, thank you, brother. He said Lonzo is playing off ball. They got Bledsoe playing the one.
Exactly. Someone I know.
But you love a guy who can't shoot playing off the ball.
That's like us putting Frank there.
With us,
that's why we got Frank on the bench.
With us, he won't
shoot.
Oh, he'll be our point guard. He'll push the pace. He will get lobs. He will find open threes.
Quickley can push the pace and hit the shot.
But Quickley can't see the floor. Quickley the rim like
How do you think that? He's right now. Quickley is playing better than Alonzo.
Lonzo, if we get Lonzo, we'll win at 5 more games. Then,
why he's not winning 5 more games? Where he at?
He doesn't have the talent.
They got better talent.
No, they don't. It doesn't fit. They don't got Mitch. They don't got Randall. They don't got.
But Mitch is who you want to trade. Mitch is somebody you don't want to give the bag to. So why are you counting Mitch as being an important piece?
I would give him the bag if we had Lonzo.
I feel like I missed a lot.
Lonzo and Alfred are the same player. Kev.
Basically, right now, his brother is better than him.
Same player's Alfred.
Alonzo's brother is better than him, and he doesn't even start.
Okay, his brother. Okay, that's a different story. Ask Kev, who's better, Alfred or Lonzo? For this team,
talent-wise, or
right now, if you look at the stats, Payton is better than Alonzo,
especially defensively.
In every way,
we're 7-8, 7 of those wins, and I know Payton is a very painful dude, but his defense
he contributed to our winning.
Absolutely,
he works. Payton works with us, even though we don't like him. We know Quickley is better, but Payton coming off the bench is better than Alonzo right now.
Oh my God, you guys are killing me.
No, but listen, we're first in scoring defense with our opponents at 102.7 point. Hold on, with 102.7 points per game. We're first in field goal percentage at 43.3, and first in defense of 3-point shots at 31.2. Payton has to do. Payton's defense has a lot to do with this. We may hate his shots in the paint and everything, but the dude's playing defense. Come on, we got to be cool.
Lonzo's not a scrub on defense.
I'm not saying that, but I'm saying why give up any assets for somebody whose output is the same as somebody you already have?
No, they're not the same. They're the same player. Is
That's
Alfred
fine.
the same?
This man is shooting 48% from the free throw line, and you want him to be on our team for what?
I love you, Rob. I love you,
To
Rob.
move
I love
the
you,
rock,
Rob.
to move the rock to the proper players.
Look, we got players to move the rock.
They're not moving it
Quickley is moving the rock.
to the rim.
That's what you needed to be moved to.
I love Quickley just as much as the next man, but he's not a floor general, man.
Well,
Not
look,
yet.
he's better than Alonzo was in.
Who
Quickley is better than Alonzo was in his first year.
got 5 8-second violations?
But he's better than Alonzo was in Alonzo's first year.
Look,
Would you agree?
pushes the pace. We have a team that needs to push.
Look, our second unit to push the pace.
Not with Lonzo.
No, Alonzo is not going to give you any winning basketball.
Where's Chuck?
Right now.
Is Chuck here?
His record is not better. Tweak, I can't really understand what you're saying because
Alfred is a scrub. We need a point guard.
look, my thing is this here. Move up when Payton get moved out the starting lineup and we have Quickley. I'd rather have Payton coming off the bench than Alonzo. That's just my personal view.
And you want to start Quickley.
Yes. Sooner or later, yes.
Quickley just as much as the next man. He's probably like my third favorite player, second favorite player. But he's not a point guard, Rob.
Look. If Clyde Frazier said he's a point guard, I believe Clyde.
Clyde said that?
Clyde said that.
Hey, you know who else said that? Van Gundy.
He might need.
And not only Van Gundy, what's the guy in the booth with us? Wally Zerbiak.
Yeah.
He said it too.
Hey,
everybody that sees this man play says that. Yo.
Anybody who knows Van Gundy, he is a straight shooter. He doesn't make anything. He lets it rip. And he could not say enough fabulous things about Quickley, about his game, and where he thinks he's going. The problem was that I opened up the conversation was Van Gundy didn't have the nicest things, though, to say about Mitch. So about him missing flights and being unprofessional. And Van Gundy was also part of that USA team besides Tibbs. So he's aggravated too at the kid.
I look at it like this here.
Growing
if the man did not take playing for them serious and he putting his craft more with us, I love that about him. That we are more important than the USA team to Mitch. I can live with that every day.
Yeah. Hey, we want to kick this around. Hey, you put your glasses on. Now you can think better. So, my wife always asks me, why do you fall asleep with your glasses on? And I always say, because I see my dreams better. So, Ismail Rivas, he wants to know.
Alfred and Lonzo are not the same player, guys.
Yeah. Let me just say hi. Thesis Thomas, how are you, my friend? Thank you for the shout out. Quiet Money again thinks Quickley is the best floater in the league. There's no doubt about it. And I don't think anybody, I don't know if I've ever seen anybody have the range of a floater like Quickley. Here's a question for us to kick around. I'll go to you, Rob. I don't know if Kevin's still here, but Ismail, do you think we need a small forward in this year's draft? What do you guys think?
I think as far as like right now until this season plays out, that's what we're going to see what we need. Too early to tell.
No, I love
what
that
we need.
You've been real consistent with that, Rob, and I greatly respect that. We're a blink away, though, a couple of games away from a quarter through the season. That's a good metric.
I think we should have claimed Kevin Porter.
No, man, I'm all about. First of all, I saw a replay because I was off the other night. You guys talking about Kevin Porter. He's 6'4". You were talking about like he's a small forward.
He's 6'6". I thought he was 6'4".
No, he's not. He's 6'4".
He's 6'4".
Some places I'm seeing 6'4". Some places I'm seeing 6'6". I don't know what's his real.
He's 6'4".
You look at NBA.com, they got him 6'4". You look at ESPN, they say 6'6".
If I'm gonna take his height, I'm gonna take it from the NBA channel who measured him.
But his maturity is about 3'8". and that's the problem.
Look,
Where he goes, drama follows, and we talked about when this season started about creating a new culture.
But you're
So
getting
with
them for
but we
free.
have RJ who's all about culture. We have Quick who's all about culture.
You're
We have
getting them.
Obi who's all about culture, and then we want to bring in.
Mitch is all about culture. He
You
picked
didn't let
us
me finish. I was going to say that too. He's a good
Yep,
kid.
Yep.
He's a
Mitch
good
picked
kid.
us over the USA team.
That's history. I agree.
Yeah.
I mean,
So,
he obviously has skill, and we're getting him for free. And I'm sure someone could, like Tibbs could turn him around.
Hey, look, this let's go with Kevin Porter Jr.
Yeah.
Okay. He played 1 year at USC. He averaged 9 points. He came into the NBA the next year.
whoa. Why did he only play? What happened when he was at USC?
Problems.
Thank you. Ding, ding, ding. So it's not something that happened here. He has a long history everywhere he's gone.
He knows he's headed to China if he keeps it up. I'm sure he'll change around. He'll change his ways.
Are you sure?
Well, you start throwing food. I don't know if you're changing your ways, man.
If you don't want to go to China, then he has no chance.
Hey, no, he could have looked. He had a kizzy fit, scoring 10. Look what the reason why he had a kizzy fit. He was scoring 10 points a game as a rookie. Knox in his rookie year gave us 13.
No doubt.
He gave us 13. He gave Cleveland 10 points
The minutes
a game. And we want to put him with this attitude. Look, if you put him on the Knicks with just because of,
I'm talking.
let's say for instance, you just put him on there just because we need talent. You put him on there, you see where he's at. But he's not no better than anybody that we have right now. He has not proven that he's better than anybody.
Hasn't proven, but it's a free shot. It's like a free, evaluation.
Hey, when we didn't make a move for Malik Beasley, I think that said that, you know what, the kid has talent, but he has some issues. We're not going to go there, and I think it may be the same thing with Porter. The kid has talent, but you know what? We're not going to go there because we just see a problem. We just see more problems coming, and that's not what we want. We don't want any distractions on this team for development. We don't want them being a bad influence on anybody. So sometimes the best move you make is the one you don't make.
I guess.
He went at the GM. There's only 2 players that I know went at the GM.
He's 20.
And they was all vets. Now, Sprewell did it. He choked the coach. Okay, Robert Horry did it when he smacked Danny Ainge. But those were veterans with already nobody coming into the league. Look what we already did to Alonzo Trier because of the same thing. Locker room issues. You don't want to bring that on a young team.
Yeah,
now,
I think.
Why do we feel as though it's our business to get this man together?
Because he's a talent.
What is his talent? He gave you 10 points. Knox gave us 13.
And what's the minutes?
He played.
He could have gave you 10 points in 10 minutes.
No, he played 50 games, 28 minutes, and he gave you 10 points his rookie year. This is what Porter gave you.
That's not bad. 28 minutes.
It's not, but it wasn't better than what Knox gave us. And then he's only 6'4". But then what? You bringing him in for RJ?
No, I'm bringing him in to see what I have. He's 20 years old.
Why do we need to do that?
Because it's free.
No, it's not free.
They didn't cut him. Who you rather have sit on the bench over there as a 14th man, him or DSJ?
Well, look, I tell you just like this here. If it's a straight up trade, nothing else involved, DSJ for him, we can sit him on our bench. But he's going to sit on the bench the same way he was sitting in until you prove. And I don't think that he's going to prove nothing better than what we already have.
That's what I'm trying to say, Rob. Like, at least give him a shot. Get rid of Iggy. Get rid of DSJ. Someone. Frank. Maybe not
But
Frank.
Tweaky, you're not thinking about the locker room. You're not thinking about the culture, man.
He's going to kill Julius. It's his locker room. He'll sit him down and little boy, you sit here.
Nah, man, you know a lot of dudes that you could sit
Well,
them
Drummond
down.
could have sat him down and say, "Look, listen." Drummond is more of a presence on that team to say, "Look, you tripping." They
Drummond,
let him. They
Drummond
Got
let
guys
him
like Kevin
wild out.
Love there, old time vets.
Look, they let him wild out in the locker room. So that just goes to show you he doesn't listen.
Hey, Kevin, you there?
maybe you're
Yeah.
right, Bob, but I don't know.
Love,
I feel
look,
like
Love won a ring.
Yeah.
we passed out a good talent.
Hey, you know, let's just switch up a sec. We have good news and we have bad news. We have good news that Alec Burks is going to be back. The bad news is, folks, I hope you're not expecting him to shoot like over 60% from three when he gets back. He was here for a very short period, and he shot the lights out over those 3 games. So he's going to come back to earth, and when he comes back. So, hey, Kev, you there?
Yes.
So did you just hear what I said about Burks? That I think that people may have expectations that when he comes back, he's going to be shooting over 60 some odd percent. You want to get your eat in, and we'll come back, or whatever's good for you, my friend.
You
No,
on?
I'll
Yeah.
keep going so you can eat your bite. But so so Burks, just real quick, folks, while my guy's doing all the things he has to do. So Alec Burks, so this year. He was shooting 66.7% from three. So that's the thing I'm saying that he's going to come back. He's going to be good. He's a valued vet. But folks, he's not going to be shooting 66.7 points, 66.7% from three.
We'll take 50.
We'll take 50. Hey, we'll take 40. We'll take 38. Well, I agree with you, but I'm just saying going from 38 to 66 is a huge thing because we got to the thing every time it touches sand, you were pretty much saying that ball's going in.
Yeah.
So, hey, real quick, let me do a super chat. Raphael Hyman, I know your cousin Buster. Really love the even keeled approach from Rob. Kev, I love Knox. I'm a stan, but you critique Mitch and RJ OD, but not the same energy with Knox. I hope it. I'm sorry. Thank you so much for the super chat, Raphael. We greatly appreciate it. So really love the even keeled approach from Rob. Kev, I love Knox. I'm a stan, but you critique Mitch and OD. But hey, I'm trying to do some translation on the fly there, Raphael. But we greatly
Let's see if
do
I can read
appreciate.
it. Let's see what he's saying.
While you're doing that, my brother.
I think what he's trying to say is, I don't critique Knox like I critique Mitch and RJ. Basically,
Oh, okay. Thank you again, Raphael. Appreciate the super chat, and thank you for the translation to Kevin.
I mean, here's my thing. Here's my thing. Even when I criticize Knox, people in the chat have this thing like I'm just so much of a Knox, it doesn't come off like I'm critiquing him.
No, you've critiqued him, especially over the last week or so. You've been pretty cool,
I mean,
pointing out.
I want Kevin Knox to be way more aggressive than
Knox
what he's been. I think so. Yeah.
That's his.
Knox is a 3-level scorer.
Yeah. Hey,
And
1
he's gonna
second.
get
Just half a sec. We'll go right back to you, Rob. Hey, Kev, Alawise, our brother from the chat, said, hey, Kev, I hope you don't lose your appetite because Burks is coming back.
No. Here's my thing. Somebody said something this other night about me dissing Alec Burks and everything. Or I have no problem with Alec Burks. Like I said in the very beginning in preseason, I said Alex Burks is going to show you who he is. I don't know if you remember me saying this, Steve. I said Alec Burks is going to come in. He's going to miss about 15 to 20 games a year.
You did say that. You called it. I wish you could pick some lottery numbers. You said that from day one that history repeats itself, and this guy everywhere he's gone, he's sat out games because of injuries.
And we all know, like you said in the beginning, he's not really shooting 60% from three or anything like that. Even when he was on a bad team, he only put up about 15, maybe 16 points. So just like with Austin Rivers, people are like, oh, Austin Rivers is coming back and he's going to do this, and this. And it's like, well, no, because Austin Rivers is who he is.
Mm-hmm.
Either he's on a good team or a bad team. He's going to be who Austin Rivers is. He's going to be a role player. He's going to be streaky. He's going to hit his shots. And then he's not. And that's like Alec Burks. Alec Burks is going to be, he's going to come in. He's going to go on his streaks where he's hitting shots, and he's not. People forget, like, that first 2 preseason games, Alec Burks was benched.
Alec Burks is a little better than Rivers, but.
So, I mean, we'll see what. I hope they don't rush him back, but no one Tibbs. I mean, won't surprise me if he's out there 35 minutes a game his first game back. It's interesting how I don't know if this is all done on purpose or if this is just a cautionary thing. But have you noticed that when a player comes back, somebody else is out?
Who's out now?
Well, Rivers is out.
Yeah, I saw a little thing that Tibbs is playing the old school guys that are, putting them on the injured list to basically, solidify a tight 8-man rotation.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know. That's like it's an old school trick, or if these players are really hurt.
No, Rivers is I don't know. He's playing really bad lately.
I look at it like this. The rookies that we have with the veteran mix, and the rookies that we do have, and DSJ is not playing. SJ is not playing for a reason. That Tibbs know. So therefore, if we're gonna make a trade for somebody that they want to sit on their bench and watch, you can have DSJ. We'll give you straight up trade. We're not giving you a second for him. We ain't doing nothing. We'll make the trade and then we'll groom him to the way that we're groomed players. Now, if Porter is up for it, and that's what he wants to do, like a new start. So now it's not that you're back in the doghouse. It's all about, okay, let's show us that your attitude changed. Maybe you was in a wrong situation. Okay, it happens. But he was like what? He was the 30th pick in the second round. He was the 30th pick.
It was a steal.
Okay, so maybe a steal is a steal. A steal is only a steal when you have your mindset right.
Thank you.
Not just your skill level. Your mindset got to be right.
If it's not a steal, if you're still talking about potential.
If he still think that I'm the guy and I'm not giving a chance, and then I'm going into practice just because I went in practice and I'm busting everybody up, but you're not making your way towards being a player on this team. Talent, you need more. It's more than talent that wins when you got young players. You have your mindset. That's why we got rid of. If Trier mindset was right, we probably wouldn't even have Burks. It would be Lonzo because we know that he had talent, but the talent didn't equal up to the problems that you caused for the team. Now it looks like Porter will do the same thing.
Yeah, Porter should look at Trier. Nobody picked up Trier, and boy, Porter better watch himself, or he's going to be playing in China.
They picked him up in the G League draft. He was the 4th pick. So now maybe Trier is working his way back through that way. He learned that. Yeah. And it may take Porter to do the same thing. We can sit him on our bench, but how you think that just because you scored 10 points a game, you supposed to crack our lineup?
No. Not from jump. No. He has to earn it, but
yeah.
Then if we just have him sitting on the bench, we'll be having this after we lose. Oh, we should play Porter. Porter got this. Porter need that. But Porter need to play. No. I'm not gonna disrupt what we got going on right now for somebody scoring 10 points a game.
He's still 20. He's still developing.
He averaged 10 points last year. He averaged 9 in college, and he left college quick because of trouble.
Yeah.
So therefore, let's look at what we have. We are 7-8. At the beginning of the year, nobody thought that the Knicks would be 7-8 with this lineup. Let's see what we got.
Rob,
it's a privilege to play for us now. It's a privilege. And
Hey,
we got to look at it like it's a privilege.
Let me go to the chat and make sure that we're interacting with him tonight. It's freestyle night, so we love your feedback. Let's see. Ishmael Rivas, I believe we found our small forward of the future from Duke. Jalen Johnson, he's KG 2.0. Did you see he almost had a triple double? Nick should draft. I watched him, Ishmael. He's a 4. I look at him as a 4. I don't look at him as a small forward. And
To Ishmael Rivas, I'll say we have a small forward for the future.
that's my
and
boy.
he wears number 20 on the New York Knicks. He's been here for about 3 years now.
Kev,
So I wish you get used to that idea.
Kev, you still didn't answer the question. Lonzo or Alfred?
As a backup,
No. Lonzo or Alfred? Are they the same player? Kev.
I would not have Alonzo starting over Quickley, even if he came to this team.
Lonzo has been pretty good
And he'll open
throughout his career.
He'll open up your boy Knox.
So I mean, talent-wise, Lonzo Ball is more talented than Elfrid Payton. I'll say that.
But right now, we don't know that because he didn't show us that he's more talented.
Earl Wash. That's
I
crazy.
watch him. I got the NBA pass. I watch him. He has not shown. And then with the fire that's been
He's running point, but he's obviously not off the ball. So how you?
Why did they put him off the ball? Like we wanted to do Frank.
Really smart. Look at the year before. He was averaging 4 assists off the ball.
As much as I like Quickley, and I like Quickley, and as I said the other night, I don't think Quickley is
Let him talk,
a
Tweet.
starting point guard in this league right now. It doesn't mean that he can't be one day. It is right now. I think he's perfectly suited coming off the bench.
Agree.
And you would want someone better than Elfrid Payton for Quickley to play off of. And people keep talking about Quickley's. People keep talking about Elfrid Payton's defense, and it's kind of like, well, the guard play. Here's the funny thing: guard play has been the Achilles heel on our defense this season, right? If you look at the games that we've lost, it is the guards. I mean, other than I say that game against Denver where Murray kind of struggled. I mean, you look at Van Vliet, when we played Toronto, Van Vliet and Lowry killed us. The first game against Indiana, Brogdon killed us. I'm trying to think.
Need a big guard.
Rozier and who's the other guard in Charlotte? Rozier and
Graham
killed us. So it's like, is Elfrid Payton really defense really that good? Really?
That's what I'm saying.
But look, I look at it like
Then
this.
what do you attribute our defensive numbers to then?
I think it's a collective. Just like when I was remember the beginning of the season when I said, look at those old Chicago Bulls teams and the players that were on those teams, and you can honestly legitimately say none of them were like individually good defenders, but the team defense was good. They knew how to get to their spots. They knew how to rotate.
Knows how to play.
And that is what contributed mostly to their defense. Now, you're going to sit here and say that Mike Dunleavy and Kirk Heinrich were lockdown defenders? No, absolutely not. But they contributed to the team playing good defense. Like Julius Randle's still not a good defender.
Yeah, true.
He's not.
He's a better
You
defender.
made great points, my friend. Great points.
He's a better defender than he was
The
last year.
team has bought into the concept. It's like football. Like, you can have like some really bad players at a position.
Kev,
but-
that's all we need.
Yeah.
What?
Who works in what we're doing?
Quickly.
No. This was about Elfrid Payton. I'm saying the stats for Elfrid Payton's defense is misleading because the team would be still good defensively even if you put someone else in that position.
Look,
You
as
know what
far as
breaks
I'm
my heart?
concerned,
Lonzo and LaMelo's father. he saw that his children had really special gifts from the Lord, how he did not have those kids technique wise shooting. I can't understand how you could have somebody that's that, God given talents.
Lonzo
And
shot 30%
Tweaky, please, you got
last
to
year.
let people talk, man. You can't ruin flow, man. That
I'm just saying.
well, don't say that you
Say,
can't
bro.
have somebody with bad technique, like, because you're never gonna have consistency on your shots. You see it on Alonzo, and then you see it on LaMelo, and you're like, oh my god, man, you did everything to try to make these kids successful, but get them a real coach, because their shooting technique is probably some of the worst shooting technique I've ever seen. And yeah, you see a game, LaMelo put in 2 or 3 3-pointers. He's at a level. Absolutely, he's going to have a couple of games, but it's not putting in 2 or 3 in a game. It's hitting him consistently through the season. And I really think that the father did a disservice to those kids, because their game is really hampered because of their shooting.
Steve, I disagree, and let me tell you why I disagree. I disagree like this here. LaMelo Ball looks like a young Jason Kidd. Jason Kidd couldn't shoot when he first came into the league. He really couldn't. But he can get to the basket, and he can run an offense, and he can do everything else. And then after about year 3 or 4, the shot came. So you can work with LaMelo Ball a little bit more better than you can with Alonzo. Because number one, he's taller. And
But
number
Rob,
two,
and I respect Coach Colorblocks, and others have said this. Wally said this last week on MSG. This is the NBA is not the place to fix your shot. It's to tweak your shot.
but
And
if you're going to be able to shoot sooner or later, because he has had games where as though he put up points. So I'm, as a coach, I can work with that. Honestly, I can really work with that. That one part of your game that you just don't have right now, but you do have a shot, because LaMelo shoots better than Alonzo right now.
Lonzo shot 38% from 6 attempts last year. I think he gave up on the team this year. That's why he's shooting 28%. I don't think he wants to be there.
Yeah, but it's a weird thing. If Bledsoe's starting, Bledsoe is averaging a little over 3 assists a game as their point guard. So you're going to give up Lonzo to put in somebody who's going to, who averages 3 assists a game? Frank Ntilikina.
Preach, Steve.
What are you talking about? He's playing off ball, averaging 5.
But I'm saying, why isn't he playing the point where he's known? Hey, real quick, Jeremy from the chat. Yep, Foxy. At least the Bulls' father got him to the NBA. I agree, man. I'm just talking about a difference of getting him to the NBA and difference of them being, having a skill set of shooting. That their shooting is just brutal, man, and it comes down to technique. And I'm just saying that they should have really focused. Obviously, they're both good, have vision, and they're good passers, and they do that. But if you can't shoot in the NBA, you're gonna have an issue, or at least you're not gonna get the bag that you could have gotten. So, but the father did get him to the NBA. So I'm with you. Props to the dad.
Hey, look, maybe those skills that the pops already they do have, but once you get confident in the league, and then you can show the other talents that you have. It's not that you don't have them. It's all about what they projected you to have. This is what the scout said. Okay, well, he can't do this. He can't do this. The player in his own mind know that he can. He just not haven't showcased it yet, because it never was a time that he had to do it. But that doesn't mean as though that he can't. Look at Rondo. Rondo have a whole career right now, and everybody say Rondo can't shoot, but Rondo is a championship piece.
Yeah, but Rondo is a coach on the floor. Talk about a floor general.
But he learned to be
talk
that.
about great defense.
Steven, he learned to do that.
Other things.
When he was in Boston, he learned to do that as a rookie. As a young kid, he learned to do that.
Yeah,
And then once he got comfortable in the league, everything else just showed his face.
But he's a pure point guard, and as C-Mac said,
But
Rondo
look,
don't play off
this
ball.
league,
Thank
this
you,
league right now.
C-Mac.
Let me ask you a question, Steve. This question is directly to you. What's better, a combo guard or a point guard?
That's a complex thing, especially in today's NBA.
Right.
That the old school pass first John Stockton point guard it looks like a thing of a future. I think the right answer is exactly whomever makes the team better. Kevin, you got something to say, my bro?
To that question, if I could ask, that would be easier said depending on the makeup of your team. Because the thing about it is, you can sit here and say a pure point guard. Like, we all acknowledge that Chris Paul is probably the best point guard in the league. Like,
and he's a dying breed. Chris Paul is a dying breed.
But here's the thing about that, though. This is the funny thing. Chris Paul makes any team better.
That's why I said that's one of the most important traits, man. Thank you.
Like, any team, you can put Chris Paul on, and they would be better. But you can't sit here and say that about any combo guard.
But look, after Chris Paul retires, that's what you're not seeing no more. The combo guard right now, you put a real shooting guard next to a combo guard. Because if you ask me, as I really look at Chris Paul is a combo guard. He can do both. What's wrong with being able to do both?
What now? Chris Paul is the point. Here's the thing: John Stockton can score.
No, but the point is, Kevin, there's times you see CP3 come down and he's not looking to passing.
He needs to score.
Yeah, he's looking to shoot. Exactly. Yeah.
But here's the thing.
That's why he's still in the league.
You can sit here and say that any point guard, Magic Johnson could score. Magic Johnson you can drop plays and Magic Johnson score. You can drop play. Case in point, y'all should know this. The 90, I don't know if it's the first. I think it was in Seattle. I think the first time Utah went to the finals, and Jerry Sloan drew up a play for John Starks to shoot that three. For John Stockton.
I was about to say, I didn't want to step on you. Tweaky, see what Tweaky's doing to us tonight.
Yeah, just shoot. So even the best pure point guards were scorers.
So combo guard is your best guard. Somebody that can do both. Now, I'm like point and check. Rondo is a point guard, but right now in this league, with everybody scoring, a combo guard at that position is the best person you want to have. Being a combo guard is not a bad thing.
Harden had 12 assists the other night as a combo guard.
Hey, look at here. Steve, preach. Yeah. Preach, Steve. I'm going to be quiet. You preach.
Nah, you're my brother. I learned from you. I listen to every word you say, Rob.
There's a difference between being a combo guard and a point guard. Like, James Harden has always put up pretty good above average assist numbers and scoring the ball all the time because he draws so much attention from the defense. And a lot of people who are combo guards, you say, don't do that like James Harden because they're not attracting the same level of attention from the defense. So it's easier for James Harden to pass and get assists because there's going to be more people open around James Harden. I don't know. I watched that game tonight against Cleveland, and it's interesting. I want to go off subject.
Kyrie Irving.
No, it's freestyle night, man.
Is Kyrie Irving a point guard or a combo guard?
Kyrie Irving is a point guard.
Here comes the who, the who part.
Look, he's a point guard by
shooting.
By definition, he's a point guard.
Let me put this out there. so everybody would know. Marbury was a combo guard, but the media didn't call it yet because they did not have a name for it. Now they have a name for a guard that can do both. I'd rather have a combo guard running my point. If your definition of a combo guard, I'd rather have a guard that can see the floor and still pass and still get a shot. Chris Paul in his later years playing the point. And the last one that we have in this league that can do one as an older player,
Rubio,
is Chris Paul.
So who's a point guard, Rob?
So, but here's the thing: your definition. Your definition.
At the end of the day, point guards are going to be done with like centers. You may remember when you had the back to the basket center.
Yeah.
Now you don't have that no more. The league has changed. Now change.
But no, hold on. But
hey, one second, Kev. Could you fix your camera so we see your face a little more? And while you're fixing that, let me just do a super chat. Raphael Hyman, this is to you, Kevin W. Thanks for translating me, Kevin W. But I feel like Knox doesn't get a fair shot like the other kids. If he makes any mistakes, he gets out of the game. Hey, Raphael, thank you, first of all, for the super chat. Again, we greatly appreciate it and your generosity. And I'll let Kevin talk for himself, but we've been talking about that. The kid's not getting the touches. We agree with you. He's not getting the shot or the minutes that for him to really get into his rhythm.
Hey, Steve,
Take it, Kev. Sorry.
Kev, let me come in after you on that one.
What I'm going to say is, by your definition, there's never been a point guard in the history of the NBA because all point guards, even the ones who are Mark Jackson could score.
But look, you got situational.
Just because you're saying that a point guard can score doesn't make him a point guard.
No, this is what makes him a point guard. Situational scoring. I don't have to score the whole game. But when it's time for me to score, when they block down on you, they block down on anything, I can step right in and score without looking for a pass. That's what the combo guard does.
So John Stockton was a point. So John Stockton was a combo guard.
No, he
because
was in the
I just
era.
told you I told you a specific
He
play
was in the
with
era.
John Stockton. They locked out everybody else, and John Stockton was like, "I'm going to hit the shot."
For that ball.
So you can say, by your definition, that John Stockton is a combo guard.
Exactly. No, he's a situational. Look, Kev. He's a situational. Look, this is what right now, the way the league changed. We're not talking about the 90s. We're talking about right now. What all the positions have changed. You got a center that's leading the lead in assists. So therefore, the way that it changed right now, the lead has changed.
Well, Chamberlain led the league in assists.
Let me get this point. You came until now when they changed the rules of the game. This is what the NBA did. They changed the league. They changed. So a combo guard from that, I still need my two to score at a high level. But if my two can score at a high level and I'm the combo guard and he plays mad defense, I can deal with it because I can take up the scoring for him while he rests and he plays D for me. A combo guard versus a point guard right now, to me, and this is going to be a take that I'm going with right now. A combo guard right now in today's NBA is more important than a point guard.
Hey, I love my C-Mac. He just said Will Chamberlain was a combo center. You're so cool, C-Mac.
He was. Now look, you got in Denver, the center is like the scorer, the assist, and the rebounds. Every team don't got that. So every team doesn't have to do that to win. Until Denver showed us that they can win with that, then that's when you can talk to the. They done won with combo guards already. The league.
No, when you say win, what exactly do you mean by win?
Won the championship. Combo guards done won championships already.
LeBron. LeBron James.
Combo guard, number one, won championships already. Coming
Who?
from
LeBron.
all right. Who?
LeBron.
LeBron's not a combo guard.
Thank you. Tweaky,
Yeah,
man.
he's not a combo guard. But
LeBron,
look,
center, a guard, whatever he wants to be.
1 second. Hey, Freezy, if you're listening, could you put in the link so we can maybe get Chuck in here? There'll be a story that'll come out someday about clandestine meeting that Guillermo, Freezy, Chuck, and I had last night when no one was around to free Chuck, and we were successful in our mission. So we rescued Chuck, and he's been freed. So, Chuck, someday you'll tell your grandkids about the boys that came to your rescue to free you. So, but the bottom line is, you're loved. So
Isaiah.
Well, the link is in the chat.
But
oh
look,
yeah, the link is
guess
in the
what?
chat, but he has to let him in
Guess
from the
who was a combo
backstage.
guard?
Phillips.
But guess who was a combo guard?
Phillips.
Now that they put the definition to what a combo guard was, I can go back in the day and tell you who was a combo guard.
Isaiah.
Isaiah Thomas was a combo guard because Joe Dumars played the defense.
How about
Joe
Phillips?
Dumars scored too.
They didn't call it that then. They just put a name on it now, Kev.
How about Phillips?
Hold on. Joe Dumars could score too. Don't act like Joe
Not
Dumars
like
wasn't putting
Isaiah.
up points.
But not like Isaiah.
How about Phillips?
Just because a point guard can score and score at a high rate does not make
No,
them
and do the
any
assist.
less
And
than a point
do the
guard.
assist.
Huh?
And do the assist. The definition, my definition of a combo guard is this here. You can do both. And
Any guard
Isaiah
can do
did
both. Any guard can do it.
But Joe Dumars didn't just because he was the defensive anchor at the point guard. Michael Jordan said that. Michael Jordan himself said, my best defender that gave me problems was Joe Dumars. Joe Dumars had one job to do. So what, he can score too. But a combo guard is the words that the media put out now because, and the scouts, somebody that can do both.
Yeah. Hey, Rob.
That's what a combo guard is.
Hey, Rob from the chat. Shout out to Ghetto Intellect. Ghetto has crosshairs on you, man. He's saying Isaiah was a point guard, period.
How about
So,
Phillips? Phillips is the combo guard.
1 second, Tweak. Ghetto Intellect said Isaiah was a point guard, period.
I beg to differ because he still averaged. Now look, when you look at the point guards, Isaiah averaged 20 for his career. He averaged 20 for his career, and he had 9 or 10 assists. Marbury was in the role of Isaiah Thomas coming up. He was a combo guard. He can score. You don't need that second guard, the shooting guard to score when you got that guard.
Perfect
You got
example.
that guard, you don't need it.
Steph Curry, combo guard.
No, Steph Curry is a combo guard. But guess who was the defensive guard? It's two.
Clay.
Thompson.
Yeah, Clay.
Yeah, that was the one that made it work. I don't have to do all the work. I'm going to take the shot just like this here. The dying breed right now that we're not going to see the Chris Paul lead is the pure point guard because the way the lead is playing right now, you need your guard to be able to do both.
That's why you don't want Lonzo. I got you.
No, I don't want Alonzo because he shoots 48% from the foul line.
Jeez.
That's important. Your lead guard has to be able to shoot because if I'm breaking down and I'm going to the hole, I'm gonna be the one who getting fouled, and then I get to the line and I can't make baskets.
What's his career foul line? Is it just a down year or
No, he hasn't been here long enough to make it a down year.
Oh, okay.
This is what he shoots. And if you put him in charge of the whole team, and you're the general, but when you get to the line, when the general gets to the line, you can't hit free throws. That's a problem.
I hear you on that.
Hey, Kev, let me. Golden State won again tonight. Let me just second.
So we got to live and die with outfit.
So yesterday they beat Golden
Hey,
State.
Steve, I don't mean to stop you, but let me say this right quick.
Sure,
Ghetto
take
Intellect just said, I won't smoke with him. He said, no way. I say, bring it.
Oh, I don't know. You want to smoke with Ghetto, man?
Oh, hello.
You're
Bring
talking
it.
about a master, man.
Hey, look, we can do it. We can do it. Ghetto, whenever you ready, baby. We're going to agree on a lot of things once we get to talking. But what I'm saying about that combo guard versus the point guard, it's getting ready to be extinct like centers was. It's no more back to the basket. The league doesn't change. And if you don't adapt, you're going to get ran over.
I remember a few episodes ago, Rob had me dead at the end of the episode. He was making mad jokes. I was crying. Remember, it was like maybe 3-4 nights
Well,
ago.
you got me crying now, Tweaky.
You always had me crying, man.
Oh, hey, quick shout out Delano Steele Jr. Special shout out for my man. I am K-Ban. Hope all is well. Shout out to Ghetto Intellect. Some of you know him as GI. I sometimes call him GQ because the man's always styling. But the one thing he always does is spew wisdom, man. The man is fantastic. And I'd love to see a chap with Ghetto Intellect and Rob. That would be hot. And I got to call Freezy McMahon, the promoter. Nobody's better than Freezy McMahon to put together something like that. So,
I'm ready.
Yeah, I know you're ready, but I see you don't want to be ready for him, and he's wicked.
Hey, I know my ball.
You do know your ball, and that's why I'm a big fan.
And I know my league. Everything is changing.
Knox like to slide. GI, don't worry.
So, but the one thing I don't want to talk about is combo guards. I think we killed that topic a touch.
If you expect me again, I'll find you.
So let me go to you, Kev. So they beat the hell out of the Spurs yesterday, 121-99. The Warriors, they're coming in. They beat the Lakers. Now they beat the Warriors. They beat San Antonio. That's gonna be a tough game for us. So coming in, everyone's gonna be. We had a couple days rest. We had to fly to the coast, obviously, but. What's your expectations, man?
I said this last night or the night before, I don't remember. That this would be an interesting test because it's a tale of two different styles. Golden State still likes to push the ball and run, and we are a slow it down, walk it up the court kind of team. So it's going to be like whose will is going to impose on the other team. And this is where I guess I'll credit Guillermo by saying, talent-wise, we don't have the talent-wise to impose our will defensively on a team that wants to move up and down the floor like Golden State does. This will also be a true indicator for Elfrid Payton. Obviously, this will probably be the best guard matchup that he's probably had this season, obviously. And I mean, it's Steph Curry, so if Steph Curry goes off, I mean, that's not an all-the-way indictment on Elfrid Payton because it's Steph Curry. He goes off on everybody.
Yeah.
But I don't know if Elfrid Payton has the foot speed defensively to stay with, because Elfrid Payton is more like a bulldog defensively.
He's a pest.
But he's not. What Steph Curry does is move well without the ball. And so I don't know if Elfrid Payton can keep up with him that way. I think that's probably not his strongest suit doing that. So we'll see how many minutes he plays, because if Steph Curry kind of gets off in the beginning, it'll be a good indicator of how much Elfrid Payton plays. We have to keep them. Here's the thing about what we do.
Wiseman's going to be out by the 3-point. He's going to bring Mitch out. He's not going to Mitch ain't going to be in the paint there tomorrow.
It'll be, like I said, it'll be really difficult for Julius, because Draymond is such a a bulldog defensively himself.
Zan Thomas.
So this might be the toughest matchup that Julius probably had because of the type of defensive player that Draymond Green is. And so if we can't compensate everyone else picking up the slack, then it's going to be a long night. Because Draymond isn't going to let Julius Randle go off on him. That's just not going to happen.
He's going to get his numbers.
So
Hey, but to that point that Tweaky just made, Julius has been doing it against Sabonis. He's been doing it against a lot of people. You don't think he's going to get his numbers tomorrow, Julius?
Draymond Green is a different kind of cat than Sabonis. Because Sabonis is not a defensive player. Where Draymond Green is literally in the top defensive player of the year categories every year.
It's true.
Because of the type of defense that he plays. And what he can do will disrupt Julius. I can see Julius taking a whole lot more jump shots tomorrow than going in the paint.
He's bigger than Draymond.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not, but Draymond's thick. You know, Draymond has always been that thick kind of.
He gonna kill Draymond.
He's gonna get his numbers.
Well, I think a good point that my brother Sima Singh just brought up is Green held AD to 16 points, so that stripes on your arm if you hold that monster to 16.
He gonna kill Draymond.
Could have been one of those nights.
I think this might be the toughest matchup.
Look, he's too short. Randall is more physical. Randall gonna kill him.
Randall is more physical than Draymond Green.
Draymond Green. He gonna kill Draymond.
I don't think Julius Randall
they on the back
physical than Draymond Green.
Kev, they're on the back to back. We got 3 days off.
I don't think that Julius Randall is more physical than Draymond Green. And you act like he's taller. You act like Julius Randle's a skyscraper or something himself.
No, but he's taller than him, and he got a better skill set. He got a better skill set.
He's gonna still hit him.
He got a better skill set. He was playing with Trey. He was playing with Thompson and Curry. Thompson is not there.
That has nothing to do with Draymond's individual defense.
He's not. Look, I'm telling you. Look, when you put it, he can't check him one-on-one.
Yeah, that's a fact.
He can't check him one-on-one.
Are we talking about the same Draymond Green?
Man, Draymond, look, what was their record? Look, what was their record last year? They was in the lottery, right? Draymond was there.
Yep. Draymond was hurt pretty much most of the year.
No, he didn't. He still played 60 games.
I don't think he played that many games. I really don't. I don't think Draymond played that.
He played how many games he played, Steve? Let's get this on the record first.
All right, I'll tell you half a sec.
He was hurt, Rob, for a lot. It doesn't matter.
He played about 50.
Randall's gonna get his numbers.
He played last year. Last year he played 43 games.
Okay, nearly 50 games. And guess what? Look at the record. When he played, they still lost. He's not. Look, he's good.
Well, Draymond, hold on. The thing about this, Draymond's never been the offense. He's always been the defensive anchor for those teams.
But look, guess what? But you need offense on the other side to make me pump up to do that. You cannot do. Look. I'm telling you, Randall gonna kill him tomorrow.
Yep, on the glass too.
Randall gonna kill him. Look, I go right back to what I told Allegiant early in the season. Well, you're gonna put great. No, Draymond was playing on a better team, so you can go right there and then you can make it concentrated. He won Defensive Player of the Year because he was concentrated on the scoring and he orchestrated the defense.
But fellas, let me ask you this question then. Is it me, or do you think the Draymond of 2-3 years ago is not the Draymond of today, though?
Without what he had, look, I look at it like this. Without what he had, when Trey on the floor and you got Curry and you got scoring coming from all over the place, then it's different. They was playing 4-on-5 because Curry can't guard a stop sign. Everybody knows that. But now you missing Clay. That's different.
Yeah, Clay's the glue.
It works because Clay can defend.
And also,
Clay
he's
can
probably the best
defend.
shooter that nobody ever talks
Clay
about.
can defend like Clay. No matter how many points he get, he cannot defend like Clay. Clay can defend.
Yeah.
Now it's more pressure on Draymond. Now you put him in the box with Randall. Randall look, 25 to 30, 12 rebounds, 7 assists for Randall tomorrow.
Say that one more time.
I called it early.
One more time, Rob. What's your prediction?
25 to 30 points, 12 assists.
12 assists or rebounds?
12 rebounds, 5 to 7 assists.
I say 22 points, 15 rebounds, 5 assists.
Yeah, I think
we in the same building.
Hey, I think Draymond is. You heard me say it the other night. Is when they look in the history books that he changed the power forward game, man. A number of years ago, coming that point forward, and I agree with you, Ghetto Intellect. He's absolutely one of the smartest players in the league, IQ wise, and that's why I've been saying they should be studying his film. So it's going to be a good matchup that way, but. You guys have any gut feeling about how boy Quick's going to do tomorrow?
Depends how many minutes he plays, but I say if he gets over 20 minutes, at least 15 points. Assists, I don't know. He's up and down with assists. It's hard to gauge.
Hey, look, let me tell you something. When a team from the East in a different style of ball, it's a different type of ball when you're playing in the East. When you go out West, they running free. I'm going to tell you just like this here. If the Knicks going to win this game tomorrow, you're going to see a lot of Quickley. You're going to see a lot of Knox. You're going to see a lot of Obi. You're going to see a lot of Randall. And you're going to see a lot of Mitch.
Yeah. Hey,
those players right there is going to win the game because they're going to push the pace right there with them. Yeah, and then you're going to really see why we drafted Quickley.
Yeah, just a shout out to the family. Marge Fitzmaurice said 26 points for Randall, 11 rebounds, 10 assists.
Damn.
Marge again, Fitzmaurice said IQ 15 points, 6 assists. Synonym Skype said Randall 19 points. George Alvernia said 17 and 5. So quick.
You might not see. You might not see Payton a lot tomorrow.
No, we'll see him start. That's for sure. But
yeah, he may break that. But going through the game, look.
I think it has to do what Kevin said. If Steph comes out like on fire and Payton can't hold him down, then we ain't gonna be seeing him.
Man, look, I'm telling you, just like this here, when they start getting it going tomorrow, this is like, look, this West Coast trip I've been looking forward to because the West Coast moved the offense. Tim said he want to run. Now you got Obi back. You got Burks coming back. We got something with. I'm only trusting Tim. Tim said that he want to run. Now let's run.
Let's run. I want to run too. I want Zoe.
Let's run. Because this is a running team, and they on the back-to-back. And then Randall, everybody, we got 3 days off. We played at 12 o'clock, and we won that. It's gonna be dirty tomorrow. It's gonna be real dirty tomorrow because that's our lineup. If you get off to a bad start, you're coming out. Tibbs
I don't know. Tibbs is a regimented guy, so I think
he got his dogs back. Steve, he got his dogs back now. That's important. Yeah. He said earlier before game 1. He wants to run. He got his dogs back. I'm trusting Tibbs on this. If you say you want to run, let's run.
You got to put in Quickley to run. We know Payton ain't running.
No. Hey, look, if we get behind quick, you gonna look. Your boy Quickly gonna run. You may see the small lineup tomorrow. You might see tomorrow Payton. You might see Obi, and you might see Obi and
Julius.
Randall on the floor. Wiseman, he's not doing nothing to Mitch. Mitch gonna shut that down.
He had 18 tonight.
Mitch is gonna shut Wiseman down tomorrow.
Write it down, Mitch.
Hold on. Wiseman is a player that we want Mitch to be, and Wiseman is a rookie.
Because Mitch is not a rookie.
Write down, Mitch, 18 boards tomorrow.
Mitch is gonna kill that young boy tomorrow.
I don't know about that.
Hold on, no, because this thing, you say that like we can give the ball to Mitch, and Mitch can do something with it. And we all know
Wiseman's going to bring him out of the paint, man, and that's going to change everything.
With the style of play that Mitch does, Mitch can't kill nobody.
Foxy.
Man, come on, man.
Foxy.
On the defensive end, Mitch, that boy ain't gonna have no more than 12 points. Wiseman ain't getting more than 12.
He might get his
Wiseman
points.
is not getting 12 points.
He might get his points, Rob, but he's gonna get 8 up on the glass.
Here's the thing about Mitch, and I've said this in the beginning. When Mitch plays a center who is active, Mitch has problems.
It's a rookie. This is
He's a pretty good rookie.
We're not talking about any other center. We're talking about a rookie.
Yeah. Hey, just some correlation. First of all, Robert Parr, how are you, my friend? I see you in the chat as always. Appreciate it all. But otherwise, our brother said, "Did you see?" And this correlates to what we're talking about. Did you see how the Nets wanted to run tonight, but the Cavs slowed it down, walked them down, and killed them? So we could hope change some pace over there with them. But let me ask you this question then, Kev. You cool?
Huh?
Oh, I didn't know if you. I was going to throw a question to you. You cool?
Yeah.
How do you think RJ and Kelly Oubre, how that matchup's going to go tomorrow?
This all depends what Kelly Oubre is going to show up.
Ain't that the truth?
Yeah.
I say like this here about Mitch, and I said this earlier.
I threw the question to Kevin, Rob.
Oh, okay.
But that's the thing. Like both of them are streaky. I mean, we've seen RJ go 0 for 6 from 3 and look completely horrible. And the thing about what saves RJ, he'll get them garbage time layups at the end.
As Oubre,
the contract what he did the previous 37 of the minutes that he played.
As Oubre,
so he's going to come out early and attack Kelly Oubre, who's not the best defensive player. But if RJ goes over there and wants to, jack up shots, then that's not going to fly because we know that's not his thing. Luckily, he's kind of toned down on taking that many threes. But I don't want him to get in his head like if he sees Oubre hitting threes, then he has to do it too. Take the shots that come to you, and you'll be fine. Oubre can be a high flyer. He's way more athletic than RJ. But it'll be a good matchup.
RJ's a defender.
I can see RJ more on Wiggins in the beginning than I can see him on Oubre.
Whoever's the better scorer, I put RJ on.
Yeah. Hey, when
just because of the athlete, I can see RJ guarding Wiggins more in the beginning than he will Oubre.
Yeah.
Hey, but that's not the real matchup. The real matchup is this right here. That Payton Curry matchup, that's the biggest matchup. Because I think that Quickley is going to be able to cover Curry a whole lot more better because of his arm length. That 6'9" wingspan, Curry gonna have problems. As long as you push up on him quick.
Okay, stop. I want to say this. One thing.
Quickley's weak on defense.
Because we are all Knicks fans and we love our Knicks. I'm not about to sit here and say that the greatest shooter in the history of basketball is about to have problems from a rookie who's not really that good of a defensive player. I am not ready to say that Quickley is going to do anything to slow down Steph Curry.
Rest your case, Kevin. You won the case.
No,
Rest your case.
Don't say that, Ron. Don't you disrespect Steph Curry like that.
He's gonna have 30. They gonna win.
Curry.
They're gonna lose in other spots. Because Draymond is gonna give up 25 to 30.
I'm about to say, don't disrespect Steph Curry like that.
I put Bull out
I'm not
Curry.
disrespecting with him, but I'm saying contain. If Curry get 30 tomorrow, that's containment to me. 25.
No, 25.
Long as he get Curry got problems with one thing.
And volume, though. He can't get 30 and 15 shots.
Hey, look. He's going to be the only one on the floor with 30.
Here's the thing. Steph Curry might come out the game on fire because we know that Tibbs ain't going to take over Payton out to about 6 minutes and a half in the first. So them first 6 minutes, you might see Steph Curry with 15 already.
Bullock is going to cover Curry. Don't worry about it.
No, because guess what you're going to be saying tomorrow, Kev? Oh, but he moved him. Look, Tom going to move him.
Bullock,
If the game start off crazy, Payton is coming out the game because we need that pace. We need that pace. So therefore, what you thinking that he's gonna do in coach and everything? I got like at the beginning of the year, I know Tibbs. Tibbs played against us a long time. I seen how he do. When things get critical, it's gonna switch. We want this game. We want this first game. We want this.
we need it.
We want this game. So we lose, it's gonna be close. This ain't going. They just played tonight. They're gonna have to beat us like
Yeah, but Oubre's game is coming together. His early season struggles.
RJ ain't coming together.
Yeah.
They won.
Hey, Kevin, the chat wants to know how many minutes you think Knox will get tomorrow, and how do you think he's going to do?
Kev, you say I don't want this about Knox because we want to win.
Well, we got to the chat. We got to listen to the chat. They were a family, man.
But I want Kevin Knox to have at least 20 minutes.
Thank you. Me too.
If this is an up and down kind of game, I think Kevin Knox can be able to put up shots.
I think
Knox be able to put up shots.
30 minutes tomorrow.
I think this would be another game that Reggie Bullock is going to be ineffective.
Man, come on, man. Talk
Bullock,
about the team.
a pit bull on defense.
So we'll see. Like if Kevin Knox puts up shots, as we all know, Kevin Knox is going to be fine. He just has to put up shots. So I want to see him play at least 20 minutes tomorrow.
I tell you, just like this here, Randall gonna get 30, 25 to 30.
Yeah. Well,
Hey, Kev, we got some feedback from the chat. Some guy named Charles B said he expects Knox to get 3 points, 1 rebound, and no assist tomorrow. I love my Chuck.
Is he not blocked again? Lord have mercy. Why we let Chuck back in? I was blissful for a couple of days about having to hear his blasphemous takes.
Yeah. Hey, just real quick, Goose and State, Freezy's the only one who has the key from the backstage. I would have had you in a long time ago, so sorry, my brothers. Freezy, if you're listening, let our guys in. Free State and free Goose. I like free booze, and I like free Goose, so some guy Chuck B, man. Yeah. Hey, L Marshall, man, how are you? Let me just do a little business. Let's see. Right now, we have 82 people in the chat. We have 54 likes. Please show some love to Freezy and the old Sly Fox. Hit those likes, subscribe, and remind the bell so you don't miss out on any Knicks at Night, Knicks Morning Drive broadcast. Please share the link on your favorite social media platforms so we can grow the Lawrence Tears family. And thanks again for helping us blow past 1,270 subscriber milestone, man. 1270. God bless you, man. Can't tell you how much we appreciate it. 1,500, here we come. We greatly appreciate it. And special shout out to the best mods in the land: Sima Singh, Bodega Wi-Fi, and the new Knicks. We appreciate all you do. So, hey, you got to shout out.
Uncle Freezy. Uncle Freezy back.
Yo, my brother Freezy. He knows I always. Hey, I'm a Bronx boy. We're all about loyalty.
Freeze.
So, yo, Goose.
What's up, panel? What's up?
Hey.
Thank you, Freezy.
Thank you, Freezy.
Set me free. Set me free, Freezy. Thank you. Thank you.
Set me free, why don't you, babe? Yo,
Chuck.
free Chuck, free Chuck. Hey, Chuck, you gotta admit your boys came to your defense.
I'm back.
How many Chuck coming in here and being like,
Back in the house.
I'm playing you a different way. But since you got the star on, I got to look at you kind of different.
What's good?
So Chuck, any thoughts, man? We have a freestyle night. You heard what we were chatting about, and like I said, someday you'll talk up to your grandchildren about how we had a special clandestine meeting last night to get you all free. So, how's my guy today?
I'm good. One of the questions.
You're telling a lie. You're not unbiased.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
How I'm not?
Because you be lying, and then we don't see you.
When did I lie?
Look.
Tell me the lie.
Yeah, because you be lying.
What? Name the lie.
The lie was that game that Quickley went off. Then Clyde Frazier said that he is a point guard, and then I hit you up, and then you never
He's
said
not a point guard.
no. So what's better, Chuck? A combo guard or a point guard?
First of all, that's one of the worst questions you could have asked.
No, that's a question.
So, it's
Hey, I
based
hear
on,
some clicking in the background. So okay.
Yeah, you know
it's based,
he can bounce out when he get 2 words off. Yeah.
it's based on the team need for one. If you don't, and plus you gotta ask the question different. You gotta say if both players are equally as talented, because you always
say what?
more talented players. Man,
No, really.
Thanks, Freezy. Appreciate it.
Because if one is bad and one is not.
No. What's better in today's NBA?
It depends on which player is better.
What?
It depends on which player is better. It's not what position is better. What are you talking about?
Hey, Tweaky, could you go on mute for me, please?
Who?
Tweaky, go on mute.
Oh.
There's a lot of background noise.
I think it's Rob.
Not me. I was on mute this whole time.
I think it's Rob.
Me. I know you.
Now you're on mute.
Okay. It's still doing it.
Yeah, Freezy, if you don't mind,
You're the only one up there moving.
could you go on mute, Freeze?
Mine's on mute too, so it's not me.
Yeah, because we want this is clear. The other night, the audio was brutal on the playback, man. So Freezy, if you're here, could you go on mute? We're just going one by one to see where the noises come from. So I'm sorry, Chuck, take it.
All right. You got to pose the question different. Which one is better?
In today's NBA,
Yeah, but you can't.
Yes, I can.
One could be an average player, and the other one could be a superstar. So you can't say which one is better.
We're not talking about stars. We're talking about how the game is played. So,
all right,
you're thinking about the question is wrong.
All right, so I'm just gonna say they equal in talent, right? And then I'm gonna answer it that way, since you didn't know how to word it.
No. You just want to give your little BS card.
No, because you can't say which one is better.
You want to hear the question again?
No, I want you to reword it.
Okay, no, I'm gonna say it just like this. As the game changed, right now the game has changed. A point guard is different than what it was back then. So now, my question was, what's better?
All right.
To have a point guard or I have a combo guard at that position?
So I'm gonna answer it like this. If you don't have a point guard already, it's better to have a point guard. If you don't have a point guard already.
Look,
What?
everybody knows the last dying breed of a point guard is Chris Paul, and he's 36. Tell me another point guard that's coming up through there that's not a combo guard.
All right. Part of your problem
Give
is
me a guard. No, give me a guard.
part of your problem is you don't know what a combo guard is.
No, I know exactly what I think a combo guard is. The question that I'm asking you is this here.
All right, my definition
The
of
last breed of a pure point guard is Chris Paul. Can we agree on that?
I think that's
Yeah, I know
true.
you know.
Freezy, can you go? Oh, thank you, Free. Yeah, I just sent him back channel to please, and that was the issue, I think.
Okay.
What about the Clippers though?
All right.
Hey, State, how are you,
Let
buddy?
him get this question.
Hey, what's up, Steve?
Look, the last
Right.
dying breed. Let me redo my.
I got it.
Sure.
Yes.
Go
My
ahead.
my definition of a combo guard is different than yours.
All right. Tell me
All
what
right.
yours is.
All right, I'm gonna tell you what mine is. My definition of a combo guard is an undersized shooting guard, right? A shooting guard in the point guard's body. So they started calling him a combo guard because he wasn't a point guard. So a combo guard is a shooting guard that lacks point guard instincts.
CJ McCollum?
Because he's short.
Yeah. That's a good example.
So CJ McCollum's a combo guard.
Yeah.
What's Damon?
So wait. Question. So CJ McCollum can't play point guard in today's NBA?
No. You could put him at
But
the
doesn't he run?
You-
But when Dame goes to the bench, he runs the offense.
in that
That's
offense.
fact.
Not well.
No.
Let me give my 2 cents. To me, a combo guard
Hey, one
is a
second,
guard.
Goose. Hey, State, could you go on mute for a second? We're trying to see where the noise is coming from. Thank you, my friend. Goose,
Let
you
me
want to
finish,
take it?
dude.
Yeah,
take it, Chuck.
In my view, a combo guard has the ability
Jesus.
to get a team into offense. Okay. When defenses clamp down on a point guard, a combo guard has the ability to get a team into offense, but also has the ability to take over the 2 guard position with shooting and scoring. When you're looking at we're not separating the two. We're talking about a player who has the ability to go onto the court as a what quote unquote combo guard. Is the key is a guard who cannot get his team into offense should not be calling himself a guard. A guard who does not have a good handle should not be calling himself a guard. And a guard who cannot shoot from distance should not be calling himself a shooting guard. So a combo guard has the ability to do all of those things, encompassed all of those things, to get his team into offense and to also have the ability to take over and shoot from distance when teams clamp down on the quote unquote point guard.
All right.
Would you agree on that?
No.
Take it, Chuck.
No.
Because we interrupted you. This is all yours, man.
All right, go ahead.
No. That was terrible. Absolutely terrible. None of it was correct. Now
All right, go ahead. Give me your take.
Woo, that was bad. You interrupted me for that? I thought you was going to spit knowledge. Okay. Now,
all right,
back to what I was saying. If you would have listened, you would have got it. It's very simple. It's an undersized shooting guard. It's that simple. That's the title they gave him because they wasn't shooting guard size. Whoever gave him the title. It's the same thing.
No.
All right. Did you ever hear of a tweener? You ever hear of a tweener? Who did they give that title to? Somebody that's stuck in between 2 positions, right? But they didn't give that title to the guards. They gave that title to the forwards. The guards, they gave the title combo. Because
So
now,
what's Jamal Murray?
Think about all your combo guards, they all shorter shooting guards. All of them. They're all shorter shooting guards. None of them are tall. So a combo guard is
So
a
what's
shooting
Jamal
guard.
Murray?
A combo
Isaiah was
guard is
short.
a shooting guard.
Isaiah Thomas was short.
A
He
combo
stayed-
guard lacks the ability to be a floor general, right? A combo guard don't have the point guard instincts. That's what makes them a combo guard and not a point guard. Now,
Hey, 1 second, Chuck. Please remember your thing. A State, we're having problems. I think it's your audio. I'm sorry. Yeah, it just cleared up. We're having a situation the last few broadcasts with your setup. So when you got something to say, just put your hand on. We'll call you. But there seems to be a thing with your setup because it all cleared up just now, and that's what the chat's saying. So thank you, man. I apologize, but we got to clear that up. Take it, Chuck. I apologize. It's all yours.
that's okay. Now,
It's clear now.
If that so-called combo guard had the ability to be a floor general, we would not be calling him a combo guard. We will be calling him a point guard. Rob, just because a point guard can score or shoot, don't make him a combo guard. As long as they have that floor generalship, like Curry do, and point guard instincts, he's a point guard that can shoot, not a combo guard. A combo guard is a small shooting guard that you could put at point guard at times, but he's still not a floor general. Just because he's at the position, don't make him a floor general. A perfect example is Quickley. Quickley is a combo guard. He's a small shooting guard. He has no point guard instincts, none. Just because they say, oh, he's a point guard, I'm thinking they saying that because his size, because he's a point guard.
It was size.
He's a point guard size.
Like Nate Robinson.
But his game has nothing point guard about Quickley's game. Quickley looks to shoot way before he looked to pass to anybody. He's looking for that floater all day, right? You don't see Quickley setting nobody up. You don't see Quickley breaking down the defense and kicking it to anybody. Quickley's going.
He had 8 assists the last game.
Can I go now?
Game. Everybody. Randall had 9 assists. Randall had 10 assists. What assists got to do with
argue with him. Hey, can I go after him? Now.
Yeah.
Okay, now I go. Okay.
No, hold up. He said
Thomas, Detroit, and Joe Dumars. You had a 6'1" and a 6'3". You had a 6'1" and a 6'3". Now, the 6'1" was the scorer and the penetrator and the assist dude. He averaged 19 points a game, 8 assists a game. That's what, like, pretty much that was Isaiah Thomas' career. So therefore, you took the name when they didn't have a name, and they said that the combo guard this is what the combo guard does. Okay, because he was short, like you said first. You said short. So stick to short, like you said. Now, going right now, you take someone, to me, a point guard is someone that can dictate the game, score when he needs to score. Most of them hitting under 10. When they overpowering the 10 points, now they're doing both. So now you can put a defensive player on the shooting guard side, because guess what? The point guard is doing that. Back early in the day, they wasn't calling it that. Now they came up with a name for it. Now that what they call it now, they call it, okay, you're a combo guard because you can do both. But you got players back in the day that was doing both. Isaiah was doing both. He was a combo. Marbury was doing both.
Keyword
combination. Both was named as point guards. But at the end of the day, if you look at them right now, judging from right now, they were combo guards. So with that being said, Quickley gave you 8 assists. He's going to do what the floor dictates in this new generation of basketball. This is not 80s, 90s basketball no more. Everything changed. The shooter, look, Lambeer was the first stretch center. They didn't call him a stretch. They didn't call him the stretch. They just said, okay, he did that. Now they put names on this, and you
but the game remains the same.
Taking the names.
Take it, Chuck.
And you putting the names on players. Goods is right. You are wrong, Chuck. You are 100% wrong.
Well, let Chuck defend himself. Take it, Chuck.
Who said I'm wrong?
Goose.
Goods was right. You was wrong.
Oh God.
Chuck.
First of all, Chuck, I didn't say you was wrong. I gave you my interpretation of what a combo guard is. Okay. Now you're calling a combo guard an undersized shooting guard.
Yes.
Now, so you're basically going. Well, if you go by what you're saying, you're basically saying it's just on size.
Chuck, I got
right? Just on size only.
Lacks point guard instincts in the floor generalship.
Okay, and I said a combo guard is one that has point guard instincts, but also has the ability to shoot from distance.
That's ridiculous.
How is that ridiculous? How is that ridiculous?
You basing it on shooting range. You basing it on position.
A shooting guard should be one of your best shooters on the team. Am I right?
He's basing it on the skill set.
Not if RJ's your shooting guard.
No, basing it on height.
Yeah, but everybody's saying RJ should be a 3, so we're not talking about RJ right now.
You said a combo guard is somebody that can shoot from distance.
I said a combo guard has the ability to have the best of both positions.
You said that twice.
I'll say it 5 times. I'll say it 10 times.
You'll be wrong every time.
Please listen. The combo guard has the ability to have the best traits of both a point guard and a shooting guard and encompassed into one player.
That's why they call it combo. Combination.
Exactly. So it has nothing to do with just how big or tall you are.
But they have the skill, but they don't have the skills of a pure point guard, a combo.
They don't. No, and what they're missing is the floor.
Thank you.
That's what they're missing. The point guard instinct. They don't even think like it.
Thank you.
Who's behind Chris Paul?
Hold up, Rob. All right. Hold up.
Chris Paul. He's the last dying breed of the point guard, quote unquote, the ones we like. Who's doing that now?
Yo.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Right. Let me ask you a question. Chris Paul, let's say for instance, Chris Paul is a floor general. We can agree with that. Chris Paul also has a jump shot, right? Am I right in saying that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if Chris Paul was 4 inches taller, where would you play? Where would you be playing him?
Point guard.
At point guard.
Okay, so let's say for instance,
he would be one of the best players in NBA history.
I said that lacks floor. Just because if he's taller, he still has the point guard instincts though. I said that lack point guard instincts and floor generalship. That's what I said.
He does say that.
And what I'm telling you is there's not that many combo guards out there. What I'm saying, a true combo guard has the ability to do both, is what I'm saying. I'm not putting a specific name on
Someone's
it.
making a hell of a lot of noise, so
that's not me.
Kevin.
I'm not putting see, Chuck, you're trying to put a specific name to it. I'm putting a description behind what a combo guard should be. I'm not trying to label Quickley a combo guard or Chris Paul a combo guard. I'm not putting a name to it, right? I'm saying what a combo guard, based on the definition that I'm reading, a combo guard has the ability to run an offense and also be an offensive threat from the field, is what I'm saying.
Question.
And you're basically saying it's all based on a person's size.
Yeah, that's
And
what they think.
no,
RJ Barrett really needs a traditional
Leave
point guard.
RJ out of this. We talking about point guard state. Leave RJ out of
Yeah,
this.
I'm not
No,
putting
no, I know.
players.
Yeah.
I'm not labeling a
I know.
specific
Yeah, but
player.
let's hold
Yeah,
on,
I
fellas.
know.
Let's give State a second because of his issue. I want him to be able to say stuff, and then he'll jump
So
off or
Chuck,
mute himself. Take it, State.
okay.
The reason why I asked that question is because I remember you and Chuck, right?
Speak
Y'all had
up,
this
bro.
conversation about RJ Barrett, and y'all said RJ Barrett doesn't need a point guard. This is from what I remember Chuck saying. So do
Facts.
we really need a traditional point guard next to RJ Barrett, a ball dominant guard, when we could use a pace and space point guard and a combo guard like Quickley in order to allow RJ to flourish?
okay, good. You could use a combo guard with RJ Barrett. But what about the rest of the team?
Like Mitch.
Can I say something to that point?
Knox need a
Yeah,
point
you're up
guard.
next. Kev. You're up next.
Whoa,
Kev.
whoa. Knox need a point guard. Mitch need a point guard.
That's true.
Huh?
But
Yeah.
Knox is a weight because we're playing Quickley, right? Obi gets a lot of his baskets off of Quickley assists, right? So
Obi needs a point guard.
Obi averaged 1 point. Like, what are you talking?
Oh my god!
A lot of his baskets. Quickly averaged 2 assists. 2, yo. 2 assists.
Come
Quickley's
on,
not
yo.
a point
Leave
guard.
my
Quickley's
young
not a
boy
point
alone.
guard.
Can I say something to this
Oh
to this
my God.
argument?
Take it,
Obi-
Kev.
Yes,
Do
Obi
we
needs a
keep
point
saying that combo guards are taking over? Well, to Rob's point, he says combo guards are taking over. So I guess you can sit here and say that 2 of the better combo guards are Donovan Mitchell and Devin Booker. But you can call them combo guards.
Jamal
But their
Murray.
teams have said, we want a point guard to play with them because they are better off the ball than they are with it, even though they are labeled as combo guards.
Devin is not a combo guard. He's a shooting guard.
People have said that Devin Booker is a combo guard.
Hey, fellas, Sam Holt.
I'm not saying here. I'm just saying that he's been labeled that.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hey,
look,
hey
that-
fellas,
that-
one
Chuck,
second.
I got a
One
question.
second. 1 second. Sam Holt from the chat said a combo guard is a basketball player who combines the attributes of a point guard and shooting guard, but does not necessarily fit the standard description of either position.
I think that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I think Sam. Thank you. I think that
coming into the league
that's
going
pretty damn
forward,
good. Thank
dying
you.
Chuck.
breed of a point guard is Rondo, Chris Paul. It's leading to combo guards because at that second guard, you can play a defensive guard, what Detroit did all the time. Because they both can shoot in Detroit with Dumas and Isaiah. But the point guard was Isaiah. Isaiah was 6'1". So therefore, and then your boy was 6'3". So therefore, when you put that into effect on the team, that was in the 90s. What's coming forward to us was this. Lambeer can shoot he was the first stretch. But Sally still played center. Lambeer was the first stretch 4 around the league that can shoot the 3 when it wasn't no 3. So when you take that into effect to what they're doing now,
Jerry Lucas.
what's going to be like the back to the basket center is going to be gone. They're running a combo guard, which though at the 2, you don't really need a shooting guard now because the guard can do it. So you can get you a defensive player right there. Oh, basketball. You got to
Make it seem like Joe Dumars wasn't scoring himself, though.
But he wasn't scoring like Isaiah.
They both Joe. You can say that Joe Dumars was a second option on that team. So
No.
Joe Dumars was scoring. He may not have scored as much Isaiah Thomas, but Joe Dumars was the second leading scorer of those teams. Joe Dumars was scoring too.
No,
Chuck.
he wasn't. No, he wasn't. You're wrong.
Alfred and Zoe.
No, it was Mark
Are they a
Aguirre.
wash? Who's better?
It was Mark Aguirre. Mark Aguirre was the second one leading scorer Joe Dumars, when they start winning their championship, he backed off. They wasn't winning that way. Look it up, Kev. Go to Black and look it up.
Are you sure?
No, there's a couple.
I'm
What do you
positive.
consider, man?
Look,
During he scored 23 a season, 20
right
season,
now,
meaning
as
Dumars.
going, a combo guard is more important than a point guard because it's a dying breed. Tell me a young one. Chuck, tell me a young
But
one.
you're saying, hold on, what is a point guard? Let me ask you that. What is a point guard?
A point guard is a dying breed.
No. What is the
Steve, can you
definition
go on
of a
mute?
point guard?
The
Someone that
definition
makes
of
the
a point
team
guard is
better.
pass first.
Someone that makes the team better.
Pass first. That's
right.
it. Pass first.
A player
Pass first.
that passes
Yes.
and
Sweet
makes
and
I
chill.
will make sure everybody else
We'll
gets
come
their
to you in a
shot.
second, Goose.
That's a point guard. I'm gonna handle the ball. I'm not gonna turn it over, and I'm gonna make sure the other 4 people that's on the team get their shots. That's a point guard. What they're doing nowadays is different. I need my point guard to be able to score, which was Isaiah was doing first. He averaged 20 points a game as a
That's
point.
hold on. If that's the case, then you can go. Then Walt Frazier wasn't a point guard.
No, Walt Frazier was a point guard. We're talking about the difference.
Walt Frazier was looking to score, wasn't he? Was Walt Frazier not looking to score?
No, he was looking to hook up the teammates first.
Are you sure? We're talking about the same Walt Frazier.
Look, Walt Frazier probably scored 14 points a game. Isaiah scored 20.
all the good point guards score.
Yeah.
Look, Kevin
That
Johnson.
makes some good point guards.
Isaiah Thomas, I would say, me looking at basketball, he was one of the first. Marbury came after that. Kevin Johnson was a scoring point guard. He was a combo guard. He was able to do both. The media put a name on it. That's where Chuck is at now. It didn't have anything to do with height. Goods is right. Chuck,
To me-
you're wrong.
Wait,
I'm not-
let Goose take it for
I
a
think
second.
a point guard should be the team's one of the best dribbler and ball handler on the team. A point guard should be a good passer and assists, a good defender that's going to disrupt the offense with steals and turnovers, and of course that goes without saying being able to score. That goes without saying. Now, a pure shooting guard, like for instance, a pure shooting guard in my view is like a Thompson on the Warriors. He's like a pure catch and shoot. Remember last year he scored like 60 points and he never dribbled the ball. It was just catch and shoot. So, but could he take over and run the offense if need be? I don't know. They probably get Curry's backup, number 2 backup, to come off the bench to do that.
Yeah.
So that's just my take on it. Like a pure point guard, like I said, handle the ball, a good passer, good assist numbers. Disrupts the offense with steals and turnovers, and of course be able to score, especially at the hole. Not necessarily a shooter that's strictly out in the perimeter, but someone who could penetrate and kick out if need be. A shooting guard like a Thompson, he's highly efficient on the perimeter, but if you ask him to run the offense, is he going to be able to do it? I don't think so. So I wouldn't categorize Thompson as a combo guard.
Shooting guard, but
So to answer Kev's question, what a point guard is what I had stipulated. I don't want to repeat it 3 times, but to me, what a point guard is, you can get into the paint, pass out, handle the ball, high assist numbers, and run and get your team into offense. Now there are some. There's not many true combo guards out there. I'm not saying they're falling off the trees. They're not. But I'm not. But in terms of the definition of what one would look like is what I'm stipulated before. I'm not saying there's a bunch of them in the NBA right now, because there probably isn't. That's basically my take on it.
Right now, that's my point. The point guard, as that position lies further going straight forward into the NBA. If you don't have you a combo guard right now, just going forward. Back in the day, it was right, but what it looking like right now, the look done changed. You need your point guard to be able to score when time allows in certain situations. If you look at all the point guard stats, excuse me, from Isaiah Thomas back down. Look at Dennis Johnson. He won rings with Boston. Look at his point total. His point total is different than the new ones. Look at Curry. Curry getting you 30, and he's the point guard. You still have Clay on the second end. The definition of a point guard has changed. I know you want to stay back in the day, and you want to look at it like that.
Curry to me,
you gave your definition, and it didn't fit Quickley. He gave his definition, and it didn't fit Quickley.
Just dropped 8 dimes the other day.
That's one game.
yeah.
But look, that's
No one
what's
did that.
That's
No one
what's
they
coming.
averaged that.
But look, he's a rookie. Look what
So?
Steph Curry did. He's
Yes,
a
that's
combo guard.
That's
Curry is
what's
a
wrong.
combo guard.
Curry is.
Can I say something real quick?
And he can
Curry is
score.
You got it
Curry-
next, State.
Curry is
When Rob finish.
still playing.
All right, take it, State.
Hold on.
Take it, State.
It's
All right,
easy to
so
get.
real quick, I want to say this. I think we taking the point guard thing, or we overblowing it, because the last 9 Finals MVPs has been wings. So we need to focus on this wing situation. The point guard spot is cool. We just need somebody who could steer the ship. But the best player on this Knicks roster, if it happens to be Mitch or Quickley, I think we're going to be in big trouble, because everybody that we play in the East, who we got to get through, has
Well, it's
great
Julius.
wings. So I want to know who's going to be the best player on this team if we're going to get to a point where we can compete. It cannot be Mitch. It cannot be Quickley, because if it's one of
We
those
don't know.
two, we're in
Yeah.
big trouble.
Hey,
Well,
we don't know that
obviously
yet.
Julius.
In that
It's
first
obviously
year,
Julius.
it's
Yeah,
look.
but I'm going off of, but Rob, you gotta
Hey, look,
understand that I'm
develop
going
the
off of
talent that
9
you have.
years. I'm going
Hey,
off
Rob,
9
let State
years
finish.
of history. And since I'm going off 9 years of history, the last non-wing who won a championship, who won a Finals MVP, was Dirk Nowitzki. And if that's Dirk Nowitzki, and that's 9 years ago, when I was 21 years old, I'm going to go off what happened the past decade. RJ,
Yeah, but you got a guy like LeBron that's the point guard.
yeah, but he's still a wing, and he still play with
He's
two
a
other
wing
guards
that's
on the
playing
court.
point guard.
I mean, hold up. That argument is skewed because you're talking about literally the same player. So it's either Kevin Durant or LeBron James. And
All right,
those two players are just in a league of themselves. So you can't say the entire league is changing when you're only talking about 2 players. Maybe and Kawhi,
all
excuse me.
right.
And Kawhi Leonard.
And
So you're talking about 3
Kevin
players in 9 years. Not like each a different team that won. No. 3 players in 9 years. So the league isn't changing. It's just you have these particular players that are just set the bar so high, especially one of them, and set the bar so high
Let me say
that
this last point.
don't set the demographic as changing. Like, oh, it's a wing-driven league. No, you have one wing that has changed everything. But once he leaves, what are you going to have?
It's a
You
super
need to
team.
understand that for us to get past the best team, you have to have a superstar wing. We have to get past the Nets. How the hell are we going to get past the Nets? We're going to have an all-star wing to go
Alright.
against
Get past the
Paul
Nets.
KD and one of them boys.
Alright,
Who's going
You got to like this here. To get past the Nets, first of all, you got to look at the age of the Nets. We're a young team. They're going to be out the league
So?
as the league grows. Look, let me ask you this question:
Got 3
Was Milwaukee able to get by anybody?
Bro, Milwaukee has a 2-time MVP and a defensive player of the year.
Did he get by
You over here
anybody?
screaming Randall MVP.
But did he get by
And you
anybody?
dare
I'm
say
putting
that?
it- Did he get by anybody?
That was only because it was a bad scheme. You play ISO to win in
Look,
playoffs.
He went up. He went at it 3 years. He
But
won
Rob,
MVP.
but
He
Rob,
won
you making my
MVP
point.
twice. He was
You making
not
my point.
able to get by.
You know why you making my
Why?
point?
So
Because
why?
look who he
Why
played.
put your team? Why put your
Uh-huh.
team against them and they was not able to get by?
You're making my point because the team that he didn't get by was a team that had multiple wings and an all-star wing.
You had
You're
you had
proving my point.
generational talent. You had generational talent on the other end.
But
You got
Rob,
2 of the top 5 players.
all right, that's understandable. But he's going against a bunch of wings. Iggy,
Okay,
Jimmy
when
Butler. He's
Detroit
going
when
against a
Detroit
bunch
got by
of
the
wings.
Lakers, why did Detroit get by the Lakers?
Because they had a
Wait,
team.
back then?
When Detroit beat the Lakers, why did they get by the Lakers?
Defense.
Because the Lakers was getting old.
No.
Oh, so Durant and them ain't getting old?
Durant 32, averaging 30, 50 plus.
Exactly, but look, we're young. But we're young. So
But
why
Durant,
would you
all right,
pattern your
we
team?
can be young.
Why would you pattern your team off a generational player?
Because when you're trying to beat the best,
You're not gonna.
We're not trying to
our
beat the
team
best.
to
We're just
beat
trying
them.
to win games.
We're not gonna
How the
beat.
hell are we going to get past Boston in the playoff series
We're
when we have no
not.
all-star win?
Look, right now we're trying to win games. We're not there yet.
Hey, State, I'm going to need you to go back on mute. I'm sorry,
We're
man.
not
Thank
there.
you.
By the time the Nets are done winning the 2-1 chip, we'll be in our prime.
I got a question. I got a question for the panel. Yeah, just real quick. Let's just say this is for argument's sake. And Chuck, you can pick the point guard. Let's put it on the Knicks. Your atypical point guard that you want to run the offense on the Knicks. You name the player. But I'm gonna put Quickley at the 2 position. So you give me a point guard you would put and not we're talking about pure point guard. We're talking about pure point guard.
Schroeder.
Okay. So now let's say, for instance, they go up against a really good defense and they take Schroeder, they press him, and they take him out of his ability to set up the offense. Okay. And now I have Quickley, who has shown the ability to keep his dribble, to keep his head up, to see the court, to assist, and also to be able to shoot. Okay? So in essence, no matter how good your defense was on Schroeder, Quickley, they haven't stymied the offense because Quickley can step up, and for at least for that set play, or for those few set plays where the defense is clamping down on Schroeder, he can take over the point guard position, and they're not there. And the Knicks are able to go ahead and go through with their offense. Okay. Now, on the other hand, let me give you another example. Same Schroeder at point guard and Thompson at shooting guard. If Schroeder gets the same defense against him and takes him out of his element, a player like Thompson will not be able to take over and get players into position, keep his dribble, and get the offensive on point the same way as Quickley, who can basically do a little bit of both. So if I'm a coach, yes, I want my pure point guard, but I want somebody in that backcourt that's going to have the ability to step up and do both. I don't want my offense to get stymied because you're taking out one element. If you take a Schroeder out of his element, Thompson, for at least that set play, is not going to be able to step into the full point guard position because he's not, for whatever reason, his skill set is not comparable to what Schroeder was going to be able to do if that defense didn't clamp down on him. So I think in today's NBA, you want a pure point guard, yes, but that second point guard, you want it to be versatile. You don't want to pigeonhole him into just a shooting guard. You want him to be able to step to wear what they say, wear 2 hats, so to speak. So at any given time, he can step in and keep your team running its offense, is what I'm saying.
Okay, let me say this. Hey, look, this is what Tom Thibodeau said. Tom Thibodeau said, now that we have the team back, y'all fellas tell me what this will look like. Pure point guard. Everybody say that Payton is a point guard, right?
No.
If you let Payton run the point, right, you got Quickley at the 2. How would that look for us with Payton able to drive the lane and kick out the
Disgusting. That's how that's gonna look.
Man,
Very
whatever.
disgusting.
No.
Too small.
Hey, State, we already know that you don't like players. You got players. But look at what Tom Thibodeau said, who watched basketball for like 40 years. He said that what he want to see on the floor that's coming, he want to see Quickley. He want to see Quickley and Payton on the floor. Now, Payton, no matter how much you hate him right now, he can get to the cup. He's shooting 45% from the field. He's shooting 33% from 3. And then you add him with Quickley as your last pure point guard that came into the league. Everybody says he's the point guard, right? So you put him with Quickley, and then you rock the offense. Quickley can get to the cup. Quickley can pass.
Yo,
Now,
can I say something? Can I jump in there?
Yeah,
He's
please.
giving it
We
to
got
a
our man
shooter.
here.
So shout out to everybody in the
What's up,
video
Bob?
chat, man. It's good to see everybody. So I just wanted to say a couple things real quick. So first of all, Rob the Nick, the word that you mentioned about what you said about the ghetto intellect smoke has been passed.
Whenever.
So I just want to say, but listen, I don't want to see that happen. I want to squash this. I don't want that to go.
Oh, no.
It's
all fun. No, I want that smoke.
So
Hey,
I want that smoke.
hey, Freezy, Ghetto Intellect has been coming at us night people for a while now.
I want that smoke.
So
You can't stop that, Freezy. You be wrong to stop that.
I know, man. I'm just all I'm saying is that they don't call him ghetto intellect.
Hey, look, bring it. It's going to be a lot of things we agree on once we get to talking, but look, he could bring it.
Hey, but can I say something real quick to your point guard argument?
Yeah.
So first of all, Chuck B is dead wrong. Hey, Chuck B, how you doing? Chuck B, that's my man. That's my guy right there.
All right, let's go.
So Chuck B is dead wrong about what a combo guard is. Right. I just wanted to throw that out there. Hey, Kev W, you look super sharp tonight, man. That's a nice shirt.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Styling.
Yeah. Styling and profiling.
Long as I get to rebut that, but go ahead.
Okay, you can. I mean, you can rebut, man. I mean, the debate. You know, the channel is yours, man. You know how it is. Okay. You know, Chuck B is the Lawrence Tears debate champ, undefeated,
people's champion,
the people's champ. The people have voted for him like 9 times in a row.
Who are these people?
I'm sorry, Kev W. I forgot that I have to when I say Kev W's name when first entering, I have to mention Kevin W, the Fatal 4-Way debate champ, the Lawrence Tears Fatal 4-Way debate champ. I forgot I had to mention that. So I heard what y'all said about the is Quickley a point guard and what is a combo guard. Okay. And I think we're way off base because we hear buzzwords and feel and use buzzwords as definition when buzzwords are not definition. You know, the definition. So for instance, combo is short for combination, right? Yeah. Right. Combo is short for combination. And generally what we define combination is a mixture of one or more things. You know, of course it's got to be two or more things. And so the thing about point guard is combo guard doesn't necessarily mean you have to be a tweener. You don't have to be a tweener, Chuck B. You know what I'm saying? You could be a 6-foot combo guard like Allen Iverson, right? Or you could be a 6'6" combo guard like Michael Carter Williams. But when it comes to when we define combo guard in today's NBA, we don't necessarily. Hey, Pedro Matos, thank you for the super chat. Hey, Foxy, am I getting in your way?
Nah, love you, man.
Okay.
I'm enjoying this. You want to do the super chat or let that slide for a second until you get your thoughts out?
Hey, Cav W, you want to do it?
Yeah,
Pedro Mato said if you watch draft profiles, they will often mention that a player is a combo guard. It's not rare. It's undersized two with passable ball handling skills. Point is your primary distributor / floor general. Thank you, Pedro Matos.
I disagree with that. What a combo guard is a guard at any size that can be a point guard or a two guard efficiently. You know what I'm saying? You don't say I'm not gonna say because listen, I'm gonna say this. Just because Foxy is 6'3", right? I'm not gonna say he's a combo guard because most shooting guards are 6'6". You know, we came up in an era where a guy like Magic Johnson was 6'8", 6'9", and was a point guard, right? And some people may say he was probably too tall for the position. Penny Hardaway was 6'7", right? But he wasn't a combo guard. Penny Hardaway was a pure shooting guard. And John Stockton at 6'1", 6'2", 6'3", whatever he was. You know what I'm saying? You can't just say that he's a point guard because he's short. You know what I'm saying? Stockton was a pure point guard and probably is more deserving of deserving of being in the greatest point guards of all time conversation because how he revolutionized the offense that you see teams run today. You know what I'm saying? And to say Steph Curry is maybe not a point guard because he shoots, my man still facilitates and things like that. In the offense that they run, he's not asked to do as much. So what I'm going to say is when it comes to combo guard, combo doesn't just mean you're 6'4" or 6'3" and you don't have point guard skills. All combo guard means is you're a combination of two or more things. That's all.
Hey, Freeze, can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that the trait that we've seen for the last X amount of years out of college, one and done, is the reason that we're seeing the demise of a pure point guard where they're just not learning that skill, and that they know how to shoot, they know how to do anything, but they just don't spend enough time in college to master that skill?
Yep. And so I say that, and that's probably the best question I heard in like three or 4 months. Foxy, that was a dope question. I don't know if you have a bag of those or if you're just shooting from the hip, but that was dope.
Consigliere. That's what I'm supposed to do.
Right. So
piggyback. What about AAU? I want you to mention AAU too. Is AAU the problem as well?
Hey, let me. Hey, so Chuck, you want to?
Yeah. Okay. Now it seemed that y'all are stuck on the height thing, and I used the height because I believe the origin of the word came from shooting guards and point guards' bodies. So I use the height, but the most important thing is the combo guard lacks the floor generalship and point guard instincts. Take that away from it. Ignore the height. The combo guard do not have point guard instincts and cannot run the floor like a point guard. When you say could do both, they can't do that. They can't run the team like a point guard and don't have the point guard instincts. And y'all use Quickley as an example. He do not have.
You got Moran as an example.
He do not.
If you don't want to do Quickley,
I'm almost done. I'm almost done.
Can I help you out, Chuck? Can I help you out with something?
Take it, Kev.
The perfect example of a combo guard. A perfect example of someone who's a combo guard is someone like Jamal Crawford. Jamal Crawford is a scoring guard. But if you said Jamal, our point guard, our point guard is out, I need you to come in and at least attempt to run. He can do it, but that's not his role. He was a guard who wants to score. But you can put the ball in his hand and he could facilitate.
That's where you're wrong at. That's where you're wrong at. Because when you look at what Jamal Crawford does, he can from the 2 guard, but he does that on the floor with a guard.
Yeah.
But if you wanted to put the ball in Jamal Crawford's hands,
he didn't do it from New
Burks.
York. We still had a point guard on the floor with him.
No, yeah.
Oh, so he only played in New York? He only played in New York? He hasn't gone to other places and played?
And look, he played years for us, so we can judge him for what we seen. So
Jamal Crawford last played on the Knicks when?
Hey, look, that's what I'm saying. The old NBA and what's changing. The dinosaur in the league. Now, look, ask this question. What point guard came into the league, the pure point guard in the last 4 years? Give me a name.
But that comes back to the question I just raised, Rob.
Right.
Thank you.
Right, and I didn't get a chance to answer Stephen Fox's question, which was probably one of the dopest questions that we've heard since we've been doing this. Definitely a top 10. I wish I can ring a bell for that question. That's definitely a top 10. I got one right now. But so to answer what Foxy is saying, I think the one and done does affect the development of point guard, but it also hinders the development of all skill players, especially bigs and point guards. Right, wings are easier to do because it's run, jump, shoot, defend. You know what I'm saying? Basically on the wing. But point guard though, playing point guard is not one of those things that you can learn, say, in a day or two. You know what I'm saying? Point guard is one because you have to take ownership of the offense. You have to take ownership of a defense, right? You have to be a leader on the floor. You know what I'm saying? You have to know how to
You have to be instinctual.
And you have to be able to manage egos. You have to know how to organize. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of stuff that goes in the point guard. So what Chuck B was saying is right. Sometimes some people just can't do it. Right? It's just too much. It's just too much to handle. To Chuck B's point, right? But the fact that the pure point guard is going the way of the dinosaur, to Fox's point, is probably part of the AAU thing, because kids don't have enough time to play together, to develop chemistry. You know what I'm saying? In order for a young point guard to say, know what to do when they see traps, zones, presses, man to man, know when to pick up the pace of an offense, know when to get shooters, know when to get scorers touches, know when to get somebody who's not involved on the ball, know and know how to, you know what else, talk to the head coach, like, coach, listen, I know we've been running orange the whole time, but maybe we need to run blue some because my man is not really doing that on defense. We need to get him a touch or two. So point guard is not just how far away from the basket can you shoot a three and how fancy of a pass can you throw in traffic. Point guard is and like for instance, some of us are leaders in the workplace, right? And so what it is when we get in the workplace, we basically run point at work and on projects and stuff, right? And we know how to organize people. We know when to move one person out of a spot when they're not doing well. We know when to call orange or call blue when orange is not working. So orange didn't work 3 times on the floor. We're not going to call orange anymore. We're going to call blue this time. Coach is going to be like, hey, Uncle Freezy, didn't I call you to call orange? Yeah, I got you, coach. But you know, Chuck B had missed about 3 in a row, and Kev looked like he needed a touch. I just wanted to give let Kev touch the ball to let him stay involved in the offense. And a lot of that you don't get in the one and done scenario, because everybody is looking at getting their draft stock as high as they possibly can for the upcoming draft. So if Kevin W don't get those touches that he need to get involved, so what? I'm worried about Uncle Freezy going top 5, not Kev W going top 5. And I know that sounds selfish, but that's the name of the game right now. It's not like back in the day where you had to wait 3 years before you can enter the draft, and me and Kev W could develop chemistry together on the court and during the summertime. We can work out together, and we can maybe come up with a different play for Kev W. Maybe we can, instead of orange or blue, we can come up with blorange. That's his signal for like, hey, I'm going to get you the ball like 4 or 5 times in a row. You know what I'm saying? So to Foxy, this question right here probably deserves a whole show by itself.
Yeah. Hey, Ace
Can I say
AB,
something?
Ace AB just said, "Drop them jewels, Freezy." Freezy, what you just
Okay,
said
so
was
look,
deep. You
check.
said some deep stuff, man.
Okay, so look, check this out. When they took away the hand checking in the NBA, you remember when you were so able to hold, you can do that. When they took that out in the early 2000s, when they took that
Those are
out,
good times.
okay, the hand checking because they had a problem with scoring. When the
Right.
guard was able to hold, it put the guards in a situation where though scoring was at an all-time low.
Right.
So once they freed the guards, they did not only free one of them, they freed both of them. That's why you got the Allen Iversons and you got all the other guards coming up into the, now they can get to the rim. So then they started showing their skill set. And then as time went on, it changed. You start different guards coming into the league from, you look at Dennis Johnson, you go to Isaiah Thomas, and as it graduate, Marbury, it was more scoring because it was less holding. So before they gave the name combo guards, they was already doing it. Look at Kevin Johnson. He was one of the ones that we also looked at to say, damn, he's scoring it and he's doing both.
Did they
Because
hand check in
the
college?
league allowed when they changed the rules. Now, what you're looking at now, you're looking at it at its best right now as far as guards are concerned. That's why the centers are less valuable now.
Rob,
You
did
want
they
a
hand check in
defensive
college?
center, but
Yeah, man. Yeah,
you want
dudes hand
you want
check.
a defensive center,
Oh, okay.
you want to stretch four, which Bill Laimbeer was doing a long time. But you still had John Sally in the paint, not giving no points. But when you have Bill Laimbeer out there, and that equals championships. Now what we're seeing right now is the graduation of it. This
Hey,
is
don't forget Jack Sigma. Y'all been
Oh.
killing me. Y'all been killing me with these.
Oh, Jack
Y'all say the
Jack
famous
Sigma,
dude, Jack Sigma.
you 100% right.
Jack Sigma could shoot that thing. And the thing about you couldn't let him catch it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
But look, back
What-
in the
what-
day,
what-
who was shooting at 6'10" was Kiki Vandaway. But he was playing the three doing it. You had him, Alex English on the floor. They changed the offset of what the game looks like. Now it's right now what the game has looked like. You can't touch a guard right now.
Yeah.
So therefore they can get to the basket. Now they can open up.
Right, wait a minute. But you lost me. I thought we were talking about combo guards. You brought up Kiki Vandaway.
I'm giving you
and Kevin Johnson. Are you calling Kevin Johnson a combo guard?
Now, the combo guard like this here, Kevin Johnson.
You calling him a combo guard?
Yes. Look at him. He scored 20 a game. Look at
He averaged 9 assists for his career.
I don't know about that one though.
Look at Dennis Johnson.
He averaged 9 assists for his career.
Hey, Chuck, look at Dennis Johnson's stat line.
Just because you can score don't make you a combo guard.
But no, he wasn't. He was a point guard. You see 10 points, but they win in championship. They had a 2. Now they're doing both. So going forward,
you know what I hear from Rob?
Going forward,
you know what I hear from you?
Garbage.
The last of the dying breed.
We'll come to you in a second, State. If you can, put up your volume.
After Chris Paul and Rondo, I asked the chat the question and the panel. Going into the NBA right now, who's your true point guard in the last 4 years that been drafted?
Hey man, so the 2-point guard thing is, but Rob, the 2-point guard thing is a matter of perception. You know what I mean? Because everybody's going to have their own version of what the truth is based on what our backgrounds are. So if you say Emmanuel Quickley is not a true point guard, you'll be saying he's not a true point guard based on what you've seen historically. Like for instance, you said Dennis Johnson, but Dennis Johnson as a combo guard played in the backcourt with downtown Freddie Brown. Y'all remember downtown Freddie Brown?
But he wasn't a combo.
Seattle.
But
Freddie Brown can handle that thing and shoot from range. You know what I'm saying? So while Freddie Brown didn't have to beat you off the dribble, if you gave him an eyelash of space, he could shoot that J from anywhere. And it's the same thing with a dude named Pistol Pete Maravich. The dude could pass, probably the greatest passer, greatest court vision of all time, but he was an electric scorer. So
the name.
right. So you can't say that Pistol Pete was just a point guard, even though
No,
he
he
had
was
point
the
guard skills.
combo before the name.
Right. So what I'm saying is it all depends on what your perception is. Like for instance, we can't just clump every guy that's a certain height into point guard or a certain, you know what I'm saying? We would like you know, to Chuck's what I heard Chuck say about an hour ago. He said something about a guard size and maybe they don't have a skill to do one or the other. And so what happens in our point guard conversations, we say if they can't run point, they're combo. But what if they can't shoot or they combo?
They suck.
You Frank.
Right. So that's the reason why I say that. So here's the thing. So if you can run the point, you're a point guard. But if you can't shoot, then it's something different.
No, so you can't do both. If you can't do both, then you just trash.
Right. So what about Alfred Payton? Is Alfred Payton a combo guard?
Rondo can't shoot.
No. You put him on a high-scoring offense. You put any point guard on a high-scoring offense, he gonna do his job. But what today's NBA is doing right now, they need that combo.
Let me ask you this. Would you rather have Quickley run your team or John Morant?
I think that's an easy answer, man.
He's a better talent at both.
Yeah, exactly right.
No, because you asked me, would you rather have a combo?
He's a better combo guard. He's not a point guard. He's a better combo guard. He gonna give you 20.
What about this? What about this? This is a better comparison. Would you rather have John Morant or Donovan Mitchell?
John Morant
or
Donovan Mitchell, because Donovan Mitchell is a combo guard, right?
Morant. First of all, to me, Morant is a point guard. That's why I asked you, would you rather have Morant or Quickley? Because you said earlier,
higher level combo.
But the talent's not.
No. But Freezy.
And 10.
Rob asked me what. That's why I said you got to ask the question with the talent. He asked me, would you? Let me get the question out, Rob. He asked me, would you rather have a combo guard or a point guard? I said, you gotta give me the question different. What if you gotta say if the talents was equal, which one would I rather have? But he left it out there like it don't matter. Combo guard is more important. So
I think
he's one of the best.
I think Chuck is getting that. Who's on the roster first. And then we gonna see about the point guard, because different point guards fit different rosters. You can't just say John Morant and then Donovan Mitchell. Of course, I'm gonna pick John Morant. I'm gonna run my offense from John Morant. John Morant is a point guard,
but he does.
All right. Hold up. All right, if I'm starting a team from scratch, right? I'm starting a team from scratch, and I got the number one pick, and I'm not even gonna use players, and both players are A plus players. My combo guard and the point guard, both A1 players. Talent the same. I'm taking the point guard.
No, I'm taking the combo guard.
Because he makes the other players better. The point
John Morant is a combo guard.
I'm taking the combo guard.
I don't know about
guys. Combo guard is not a position. There is no position on a team called combo guard. Combo guard is a skill set.
What a player does.
Right.
But you don't play him at forward. You don't play a combo guy at power forward.
No. I'm not talking. I'm talking about a guard, because you said which one would you pick, a guard or a combo guard? Combo guard is not a position.
Hey, look who it is! What's good, boss?
Jack? Panel?
What's good?
He done jumped in.
What kind of hat? I thought
because Chuck.
Pedro done jumped in.
Pedro, fix that camera so we can see your face, man.
Yeah. It's not. I'm on a laptop, so I'm kind of have to. Is that better?
That's better. We want to see that face. How are you? Hi, Pedro.
The point I'm making is everybody seems to kind of try to, I guess, put another definition on this term. The term that's accepted and used by, if you watch draft processes and profiles, they will constantly call certain players combo guards, and those players are undersized shooting guards. I mean, you can watch every draft profile, and that's what, and they have to have at least passable ball handling skills, right? So they have to be able to do certain point guard skills, but this is not a rare thing. This is not something where there's only a couple players in the league that can do this. This is something that they use for undersized shooting guards that have at least passable ball handling skills.
So what's an undersized shooting guard in your opinion?
There are many. I mean, there's
McCollum.
No, just name it.
Quickley is a great example.
No. Name the height. I don't care nothing about the player. Just name the height.
The height,
6'3".
I don't know, a typical two guard. I would say under 6'4".
Okay. So anybody remember this guy that played for the Milwaukee Bucks named Paul Pressey? Anybody remember Paul Pressey?
Oh yeah. Wow.
I think Pressey played the point though, Freezy.
So that's what I'm saying. I get what you're saying. But Paul Pressey coming into the league was listed as a small forward at 6'5", a 6'5" small forward, I believe. Maybe 6'6", maybe 6'4", somewhere there.
Mm-hmm.
But Paul Pressey was so physical for his height. I think he played small forward for the Bucks with Don Nelson. Don Nelson in those ugly suits he used to wear.
Now he was the two. Cummings was down there at the 3.
6'5".
He was 6'5".
Yeah. So
it was Moncrief, Pressey, Cummings, and then you had doesn't work.
No. So Paul Pressey a combo guard.
He was a 2. Moncrief ran the defense. So what Moncrief was?
They got him listed as a small forward shooting guard.
Yeah, right. I always thought of him as a point forward, like a Mullen was.
Moncrief ran that.
Right. So let me bring up another name for y'all just to. So anybody remember a dude named Grant Hill?
Oh my God, yeah.
That's the forward.
Right.
Forward, yeah.
Right. But he had point guard skills, right?
Yes.
So do Luka.
That's so. All right, Chuck. Go ahead and take my point because I think Chuck B. I think you know where I'm going with it. Then.
Yeah, but those are point forwards.
So I mean, I just
Scottie Pippen realm. That's the Scottie Pippen realm. That
right.
has nothing to do with the point guard. That's the Scottie Pippen realm.
Well, Paul Pressey did it first. You know what I'm saying? Paul Pressey actually did it first. Paul Pressey was just.
Right.
But Sidney Moncrief ran the team. Everybody knew that he was the point.
This combo guard thing is not a pejorative. It's not an insult. It's just the term they use for. There's certain players that are point guards that have point guard skills, and certain players that aren't. When a player is a floor distributor and a ball handler, he's a point guard. If he plays in the backcourt, obviously, because he can.
No, but Pedro, I just mentioned Paul Pressey. I just right. So okay. So what about Julius Randle? What is Julius Randle?
Bird. If you're gonna go that way, Larry Bird
point forward skills. I don't know if you call him a point forward, but he has forward skills.
But y'all just said. I mean, I'm just trying to stay with. I'm just trying to
Julius
stay with the
Randle is not a primary ball handler.
Really, he averages 6.5 assists a game.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean
that's in our offense.
He's always handling the ball.
So I feel like
he doesn't bring it from the backcourt to the front court very often.
I feel like the narrative is moving though
on a regular
because we said facilitator, get in offense. We use certain buzzwords, and then when I bring up other guys that don't fit the size aspect that we're talking about, then I think we're changing. You know what I'm saying? The combo guard,
you changed the argument. You changed.
No, where'd Pedro go? Pedro, come back. What you doing?
Freezy, you changed it to the 3, but we was talking about the
No. I put y'all listed a certain profile, and I fit a certain player into that profile, but they just played different positions. You know what I'm saying? The player profile that y'all mentioned stayed the same. Y'all said certain things. Y'all said get into offense, passing skills and things like that, and I put other guys in the conversation, and then y'all think I changed the conversation, but I didn't. All I did was add different players that didn't look like the norm. You know what I'm saying? And that's what busts up but that's what busts up the combo guard. Okay, what I'm saying, Rob, is that's what busts up the combo guard conversation. Okay. You understand? Because as soon as I said Julius Randle's name, the whole thing about combo guard goes out the window.
Wait, but you got to be a guard to be a combo. I mean,
you name it forward. You name it forwards, Freezy.
but no, listen to what I'm saying. But I'm telling you, I understand that. I understand that. That's the reason why I brought up Paul Pressey first. Because y'all said this thing. Okay, so when we were because in the beginning, Chuck said a combo guard is an undersized two that doesn't have point guard skills. That's what a combo guard is, right?
The lack the point guard instincts and floor generalship.
Right. So he's basically not a point guard. He's a two guard in a point guard body.
Yeah, that was Chuck's definition. My definition is mostly the same, slightly different, because I would say he has to have at least passable, ball handling and point guard. You're not going to take, like, RJ couldn't be a combo guard because his handle isn't as strong.
Yeah. I agree. But when you get to that position, my thing is this here. Going forward in the NBA and the way that the game is being played now, I think that combo guard that you need, the way you want a high intelligent combo guard, which is John Morant, because he's going to give you 20. But it was guards back in the day that gave you that.
Guard. He's a
not
point
all of them. But look, not all of them.
Point guard.
Look, not all of. Look, if you got 4 efficient scorers around you, you can take somebody like Randall or Rondo, and you can win a chip because you got 4 efficient scorers. But to make a team work in today's NBA,
from the beginning of this, I never understood what Rob's argument was. Are you basically saying because you scored 20 points, you're not a point guard?
Yeah,
no, I never said that.
Because that sounds like kind of what Rob has been saying.
So why you call him a combo guard?
You can give me 20, and you can also be a guard. So therefore, in today's NBA, they're gonna make you a combo guard.
No, because you brought up Isaiah Thomas. You said Isaiah Thomas was giving you 19, but Isaiah Thomas was a combo guard, but he was a point guard. So you're basically saying a point guard can't give you 20 and not be a point guard.
Hey, so Kev W, what is Jerry West?
Giving you more points than Joe Dumars.
Jerry West was a 2 guard.
But so he was giving you Kev.
So Jerry West, but Jerry West couldn't facilitate.
Huh? Hold on. There's 2. Hold on. You and Robert were talking at the same time.
Okay. Hey, look, he was giving you more points than Joe Dumars.
But he's still the point guard. He still was the facilitator of the offense. A point guard. Rob, a point guard, by definition.
Hey, hold on. Let me say, ghetto intellect. You're gonna have to get off Rob the Nick, man. We're not gonna have this.
He don't want to debate.
We ain't gonna have this. He up here rooting for Kev. Finish him, Kev. Finish him, Kev.
I wasn't even paying. He does not want to debate me. He already shot that up through the
Rob, listen, we don't want y'all to debate. What I'm just trying to be the peacemaker. This olive branch is not a switch. Y'all know what a switch is? This
Sorry, Daddy, I didn't mean it.
This olive branch that I'm trying to give to y'all is not a switch, man. It's not. And so Ghetto Intellect is on here like, I'm Team Kev W right now because Kev W is all over Rob the Nick. I'm sorry about that, Kev.
No, because what I'm saying, by definition, a point guard is someone who just initiates the offense. So even though John Stockton and Isaiah Thomas look completely different, they did the same thing. They just went about it 2 different ways.
Yeah.
They're both point guards, but they just went about it 2 different ways. You can have Isaiah Thomas scoring 20 points a game, but still initiating the offense the same way that someone who scored 10 points a game like John Stockton was doing.
Hey Kev, what about Earl the Pearl Monroe? What type of guard was he?
He was a shooting guard.
He could do both. Like Earl could score, but
that's my point.
But he could. That's like saying Tim Hardaway. Tim Hardaway could score, but Tim Hardaway initiated the offense also.
Tim Hardaway is definitely a combo.
He's definitely a point guard. Tim Hardaway initiated the point.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
He initiated the offense. But in the process of initiating the offense, he could still score the ball. Any person on the court can score the ball. That is, anyone can do it. But the particular role that you have.
Dennis Johnson shot like crap. He was the point guard.
Yeah.
Every time. So that's what made Bird lethal, because they knew they couldn't get the playmaking ability from Dennis Johnson. It was always Larry Bird.
That's a very bad analogy, because Larry Bird could do anything. Larry Bird could do anything.
Hey, go ahead.
Yeah, Freeze, I wanted to ask you a question because of, again, the changes that's happened in the league, because we're such a wing-focused league now, and the usage rate for the wings are so high. Do you think that's the reason why so many wings are point forwards now? Because they're holding the ball, they're carrying, they're doing so much that what used to happen with the point guard doing it, it's now the point forward that has more higher usage than a lot of point guards.
Right. I think it's the Michael Jordan, George Gervin effect, right? Like, why am I going to spend? Because we used to watch the University of North Carolina play, and they used to spend 30 seconds to get one shot. The ball would just be passing around. We waiting. We popping popcorn. Y'all remember Jiffy Pop on the stove where you just shake it? You just shaking your Jiffy. Yeah, you shaking your Jiffy Pop, and all of a sudden waiting for University of North Carolina to take a shot, right? So Michael Jordan in that offense comes to the league and like, nah, we ain't gonna pass this thing around for no 30 seconds, man. I'm gonna just go ahead and get this shot because I can get my shot anytime I want to at this level, right? And then you see other guys come along, like your Dominique Wilkins. Your Dominique Wilkins is like, man, I don't have to just score on the fast break no more. I could just take my man off the dribble in the half court and go score right now, right? And then you see a bunch of guys do. George Gervin had been doing it since the ABA. George Gervin would walk in the gym and was a bucket. You couldn't stop him. I don't care what anybody tells me or tries to tell me. There are certain guys that are legit the greatest scorers of all time. And we look at revisionist history, like in our when we look back at stats, we'll be like, but no, he scored such and such in this year. Nah, man, look at this dude would walk in the gym and could like Bernard King can walk in your gym and get a bucket anytime he wanted to, because he didn't take the shots doesn't mean that he couldn't score. So with that said, I think the wing position now has evolved so much that you don't like. You remember how we used to watch Hoosiers and Jimmy Chatwood and all this stuff, run your offense and all this stuff? Nah, dudes walk in the gym right now. They're more athletic than ever before. And I'm not saying that these guys now are more athletic than our grandparents or great grandparents. What I'm saying is we found them more. Like back in the day, a dude would be super athletic and maybe not even have gotten a shot to play in the league. Now with AAU circuits and all this type things, we find more and more athletes to the point now where we're going to different continents and incorporating them into the game. You're seeing dudes from like the Congo have long careers, and back in the day, we marveled at Akeem Olajuwon. When I saw Olajuwon, I was like, hey, that's the African dude.
Oh, I'm glad you mentioned that.
You know what I'm saying?
I got to get out Rob for that one.
Yeah. So
I'll do that later.
So and I don't mean that in a racist way. It's just in a rare unicorn type way. You know what I'm saying? Some people that were different got the opportunity, and it was rare. Nowadays, everybody is more exposure. So now guys that are 6'7", run fast, jump high, do all this stuff, they have these certain advantages. And plus the rules are catered to a free-flowing offense, like what Rob said. So you get to see these guys show off their athleticism more than ever, in my opinion.
I think you're having forwards having to develop those skills because there's been more of a lack of point guards in the NBA. I think you see more point forwards because of less point guards. I think young players, nowadays more enamored with scoring. You know, they know points. You know, average points per game leads to their bigger bag.
Well,
So-
that forward is usually the best player on the team,
Mhm.
right? So the offenses ran through him, like LeBron, Luka, Greek Freak,
Yep.
Leonard.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, but
Randall.
but that too. But everybody agreed that if the players was equally talented, they would take the point guard over the combo guard.
You think so?
Except for Rob. No, I asked the question. I said if we starting from scratch, and both players were A+ players,
Paul George, another one.
Yeah.
Which one would you draft, the point guard or the combo guard?
I would do point guard, man. It's there's something to the leadership aspect that a point guard has inherently that you would want on your team. It's the reason why when you get one, you generally try to keep them as long as you can. You can get wing scoring from just about anywhere. And let me ask you this. Let me ask y'all this. Where does John Stockton rank in y'all top 5 or in your top point guards of all time?
To me, oh, go ahead, Steve. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say probably number 2 behind Magic. So 1, 2.
I mean, I'd say for sure top 10. There's just so many. You know, John Stockton was great at distributing. You know, but he also had Karl Malone. Everybody on their Hall of Fame list had great players, but there were some point guards like Oscar Robertson who did everything.
Yeah.
You know, it's hard. I'm trying to think. I mean, he could maybe be top 5, but definitely top 10. I'd have to give that thought though.
Yeah, 10.
You know, the thing about Stockton that people don't ever give him credit because everyone says, "Oh, he had a Malone," but they want to give if you look at like the styles of him and Magic Johnson, right?
Well, they say they say you had Malone, and then when you say, well, where does Karl Malone rank among power forwards all time? They don't give him his credit either.
Well,
They
You
don't.
know what I'm saying? So,
But it's like, okay, yeah, he had Malone, but Magic had, Kareem, Worthy, Scott,
AC
Cooper.
Green,
I can't think of the other wing they had.
Rivers.
So it's like
Bob
I think
McAdoo, Michael
I
Thompson.
think
Now,
Magic
Bobby's
Johnson
got-
had more to work with throughout his career than John Stockton did. And not only did John Stockton John Stockton has think about this, 5,000 more assists. 5,000 more assists than Magic Johnson. He's also, people don't realize how good defensively he was. John Stockton is also the all-time leader in steals. So he's the all-time leader in 2 different categories, on 2 different sides of the
He
ball.
was a little bit of a compiler though, because he did play a lot longer than Magic.
But look, he played 7 more years after Magic Johnson retired. So the next one in line.
I'm
No.
not taking away
Look,
from him,
listen. The next one in line on when you
true.
talk about assists, how many more do we have?
Hey, Rob. Okay. Let me ask you
Why
this.
don't you just say he's
Mark
great?
Jackson.
So let me.
Yes.
Hey, Kev, let me ask y'all this because the Magic Johnson is the greatest point guard of all time thing is an eye test type thing. But if you ask somebody that knows basketball, well, so here's the thing: what did Magic Johnson revolutionize in the NBA?
Big point guards. Well, no, he didn't do that because
He was the first big guard.
He was the first
Right.
combo.
right. But every team nowadays doesn't have 2 or 3 point big point guards, right? John Stockton revolutionized the pick and roll, and teams run it today to the point that it has diminished the value of a big man, right? So I'm gonna ask y'all this, and I'm gonna switch devices real quick, but I'm gonna ask y'all this: if the list, the top 10 point guards of all time is a list that we compile, we need to have certain data that we go by, certain qualifiers that we go by, as opposed to just saying Magic Johnson was my favorite. You know what I'm saying? Like for instance, give you an example. What about Steve Nash? Where does Steve Nash rank in that top point guard of all time debate? And if you ask me, if you say, who is this? This is I don't know who Evil Raven 69 is. Y'all know who that is?
Evil
No,
Raven.
Yeah, I don't know.
Not on
who
my
that is.
I never heard the name.
Yeah,
before.
I'm gonna let that rock. Hey, I'm gonna switch devices, but I'm gonna jump back in the conversation. Y'all give me a few minutes.
Hey,
I
you
mean,
know
to
what
look
was-
at this. I'm going, Simon.
I was gonna say it was interesting when they asked Gary Payton who was the best point guard he ever faced. He said John Stockton.
Yeah, I mean, John Stockton. I mean, for
Gary
what?
Payton's a Hall of Famer.
Because he
I
played
mean-
in the West.
No, he
played in
said
the West.
no. It was because of all the things that we just said that he was a brute on defense. He was great defense. He said that versus
Mike
any player,
Jordan
Gary
said, "Come
Payton
on."
said when he knew he was going against Stockton, he said, "Damn, for 48 minutes, I'm gonna have a really tough
But
night
Michael
tonight."
Jordan said Joe Dumars. It depends.
I
on
think
who
when you're
you
talking about the very
Well, Joe
top-
Dumars was a 2 guard, not a point guard.
Thank
He
you.
checked
Thank you.
Michael Jordan. He checked
Who?
Michael Jordan.
Yeah,
Michael Jordan said the best guard that he
Jumping
went
on.
against defensively was Joe Dumars. That came from Michael Jordan.
I mean, but that's a 2 guard. If you say another point guard, talking about another point guard.
No, but he was going against his point guard. I understand that. But guards going against guards, you may switch. Just because you playing against that guy, I bet you Dumars didn't. He went against Payton, but Jordan had to go against the best defender. That's different. The best
I mean-
defender on Michael Jordan was Joe Dumars
I think when you look at the top,
because he
top
played
point
in the
guards,
East. My thing is that's
what you
West.
got to do
Okay,
is you
he's
got to
seen
count
him more.
MVPs and Finals MVPs. Those things count as a lot because that was the best player in that whole year in that, not only that position but best player. So if you've got like Magic Johnson, I'm not sure how many regular season MVPs he had, but I know he had. I'm going to say 2. I'm not sure if John Stockton ever had 1. So as great as John Stockton was, and I still think he was great. I mean, you can probably lock him in the top 5. You know, he wasn't
Top
he wasn't
10.
Magic.
Johnson
Magic
won
was
3
Finals
MVPs.
MVP at least once. I know.
Magic was 3 times.
3 times.
I mean, with that argument, like I said, with Stockton, you also have to look at this. Like his role was what? I
He
mean,
was a dog. Stockton was a dog.
people really underestimate the things that John Stockton did on a basketball court.
No, they don't.
Unbelievable.
He
To
was a
sit here and
dog.
say that John Stockton
Textbook.
was a second best player on a team that was routinely one of the best teams in
Because
basketball.
Malone was the first. You gotta
No,
give
but that's what I'm
Malone
saying. But
credit.
John Stockton was a second best player on a team.
He was
every
better
year-
than Pippen was to Jordan.
Is a lot, and for him to have
Oh, yeah,
John
that's
Stockton,
right.
listen to this. John Stockton averaged 10 assists again, 10 assists a year for 10 years in a row. He averaged 10 assists, over 10 assists a game for 10 years in a row. Magic Johnson didn't even do that. And to say like, oh, he had he had Karl Malone. Name another player who had for a consistently long period of time, other than Karl Malone. And I'm pretty sure he wasn't just passing it to Karl Malone. So, John Stockton, for him to do what he did, I mean,
Oh, he was
he's
a great
probably-
player. Hey, look,
he's
Would you
probably
rank him number
second.
1? I mean, let's.
I would. Be honest with you,
Would you rank him number one?
if Magic is 1, then John Stockton is 1A. To get what you want a point guard to do, no one probably did it better than John Stockton.
at that time, what they look, like I say, my thing is this here. I'm not really knocking down what a point guard is, what a combo guard is, but with the league going forward, they asking the guards to do both. Back then, they didn't. It was a couple that did both, like Isaiah, Stockton, Kevin Johnson. They did both, but they was not labeled as a combo guard. That's all. That's my argument. When they brought up the new word combo guard, it was after these players were gone that was already doing that. That's my argument.
But here's the thing: you're so caught up on a label, but the title is still point guard or shooting guard.
Kevin,
it's not like starting. And you don't hear another starting at combo guard. This player, no, you're either a point guard or a shooting guard. But you're stuck on. I'm saying, Rob, you're stuck on the label.
No, that's what Chuck was saying. What was a point guard versus a combo guard?
Listen, there's two guards. There's a point guard. There's a point guard and a shooting guard.
But
period.
No, a combo guard is not a shooting guard.
Tell me where it's labeled anywhere officially in the NBA where you're labeled as a combo guard.
When you come in,
just because you're on the street and you say, "Oh, that's a combo guard," does not mean anything. You're either a point guard in the league or you are a shooting guard.
Quickley was but coming into the draft,
what is he listed as?
They labeled him as a combo guard.
No, what is he listed as by the NBA? No, he is not. When Adam Silver read the draft, they said from Kentucky at point guard, Emmanuel Quickley.
Is a term used by scouts and analysts and
Adam Silver when the announcer says Emmanuel Quickley coming in at point guard coming in, Emmanuel Quickley.
Tell Chuck that.
What are you talking about? You the one that's going on about that.
He was a combo guard. I listed him as a point guard. Chuck said that he was a combo guard. Then I went and I done my homework with a combo.
The only thing there's two guards. There's 5 positions in basketball. You have a center, you have a power forward, a small forward, a shooting guard, and a point guard. You're going to be listed as one of those 5. You're not. I've never seen a category that says combo guard.
So
never.
I'm getting PTSD from saying combo tonight.
I didn't say that. Chuck did.
Hey, let me change the subject because we've been talking this combo thing.
I wasn't even here when it came up.
Hey, let me ask you
I thought we were talking about John Stockton and where he was all time compared to Magic.
I agree with you.
So let me ask you a question: are you guys excited tomorrow to potentially see a lineup of Quick, Burks, Knox, Obi, and Noel as the second team?
I don't know if tomorrow's the day. It's Golden State.
I mean, you had me until you said Noel.
They're not going to keep pace with Golden State.
Until you said Noel, I was excited. I was like, "Oh, Noel, he's playing."
I think Tibbs' plan is to control the pace, to keep it. They don't want to run with Golden State.
Yeah, don't you think that second team of Obi, Burks, Knox, Obi? I'm sorry.
That second team has to run to kind of work, but that's playing right into Golden State's wheelhouse.
But here's the thing, I don't think that you can. This team isn't capable of slowing a high-powered offense down. Not a quick strike one. And I think once, I hope Tibbs realizes that. I hope Tibbs realizes that if Golden State starts to pull away, he'll kind of put people in. Because he has a thing. God, he has this thing about going with these starters that can't score.
Hey, look, 7-8, Chuck.
7-9.
7-9. We 7-8 right now.
I love my Chuck.
They can't score. The starting unit cannot score. I don't care how. Here's my thing. I don't care how good defensively you are. Which, I mean, it's not like they're elites
I don't think they can stop us defensively because they never showed that on the side of the ball all year. I think we're going to be able to do what we want.
Well, they got good defenders on the wings.
Hey, look at that note. I really think that if you put Quickley and Curry got to guard Quickley, Curry going to have problems.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Curry is not.
I think the problems that Quickley is going to have with Curry is going to negate the problems that Curry has with Quickley.
He don't have to score 30. All he got to do is get the ball up the floor. Yes, he gonna outscore him. Well, I can agree with that. But what he's gonna do to Curry, I think may change the game.
Do what? He gets his points over picks.
Curry can't guard nobody.
He's scoring off of picks in the lane on floaters.
I don't look. The man can get to the basket. Look.
He don't get to the basket. He get to the paint.
The paint is the best.
He does have
it's not.
My floater going in.
The
floater going in.
It's from 15 feet.
I don't care. So what? It's going
not
in.
To the basket.
It's going in. I don't care. It's going in.
All right. So you got to word it different. You keep messing up.
Okay, I'm sorry. You want allegiance. Now you done turned allegiance. You want it broke down to the way that you understand. So I'll do it like this. Curry is not going to be able to stop him getting into the lane.
Yeah, because he's coming off of picks. Nobody's stopping.
All right, okay. All good to me.
All
good to me.
The help defender have to do
all good to me.
Hey, Rob. The chat.
He's not a defender either. Ube is not a defender either.
Hey, Rob, the chat's saying you didn't actually just say that Curry's going to have problems with Quickley, did you?
No, I said this here defensively. Yes, he is. I didn't say that Curry ain't going to drop 30. I said that on the other end, he's not going to be able to stop him from going to where he want to go. Everybody know Curry cannot guard.
Quickley might be in foul trouble. Quickley can't guard.
That's true.
Well, I think he can guard Curry.
People take him to the hole all day, all night.
A little bit.
Turnstile.
See, I'm not concerned about Curry's
That's why
defense.
Payton
He's
gets
a
burned,
pure
because
microwave. I mean, if
Quickley
you give
could play
Curry
defense, Payton would be irrelevant.
Curry can score in bunches, so I'm not too concerned about his deep. He can score in bunches, no matter who he goes up against.
He got 3 days off. They played today, so I'm taking that into effect too.
That could hurt you as well.
I don't think
having 3 days off.
Hey, we blew out Boston by 30. You said we was gonna lose. We won by 30. Then we came right back, and then we beat Orlando on the bad game.
They didn't have Payton.
We won.
And Walker just came back from injury. First game back.
I don't care who coming back. I wish somebody else out tomorrow too.
Hey, I'm optimistic. I think they have a shot, but there's no guarantees. And
that's right. But look, Golden State without their full mob.
I think Mitch can neutralize Wiseman. I do think that. I think
me too.
He is athletic enough to at least bother him. I don't think Wiseman is going to go off, but we still got to contend with Curry, and we don't have an answer for that.
Oh, we don't. But look, long as he's shooting out there from 40, and we got everybody else, because we're better at it. And look,
whoever bullet guard about to go off, I'm gonna say that. So that's all I'm saying. Bullet man.
I knew that was coming.
Bullet man is gonna light us up. I know it. He's just gonna light us up.
Hey, look. Be a player, guy. Kev. We on team thing. Hopefully,
when has a player that Reggie Bullock has been guarding hasn't lit us up? Answer that question, and I'll let it go.
Okay.
Could you turn down your mic a touch? It's real loud. Thank you.
Sunday.
Is this better?
Do just say testing 1 2.
Who's our defensive stopper there though? Knox
sounds a little better. Thank you.
Yeah, whoever light Bullock up can light Knox up too. Easier.
What was that? I'm sorry, I was taking my mic. What was that?
Whoever light Bullock up will light Knox up easier.
No, I don't believe that at all.
What?
I don't believe that at all.
Wow.
Hey, classic. It's water today, baby.
Hey, let me take care of some business. Let me just do a shout out to the chat. Hey, Zach, hope all is well. John B, Ghetto Intellect is still here. Delano Steele, as always, man. Brother BKL Contreras, James Mills, Ace AB, GXW Classic, Yakin Highbar. Hopefully I didn't destroy that name too much. Gregory Castillo, OG, man. So many of these people that I've talked with for years, man.
I don't smoke weed, Ghetto Intellect.
So, 0.5 again. Chuck Allen, as always. Quiet Money, my brother, etc. Hey, I got a favor.
They don't know about the cigar.
I got a favor to ask. We got only 67
not my
likes.
thing, but
Let's
I
get
don't know
those.
what you're putting in those cigars, though.
Hey, hold on. I'm doing
sorry,
some business, man. Doing some business here.
It's official.
Hey, so please show some love to Freezy and the old Sly Fox. Please hit those likes, subscribe, remind the bells so you don't miss out on any Knicks at Night, Knicks Morning Drive broadcasts. Ghetto Intellect, I hope you're back on the morning drive. We miss you, man. Please share the link on your favorite social media platforms. Yo, Pedro, what up with that? I'm talking.
Sorry.
And your favorite social media platforms so we can grow the Lawrence Tears family. And thanks again for getting us past 1,270 subscribers. 1,500 here we come. So please hit those likes and stuff. Let's get it up, especially those subscriber things. We really, really appreciate it. Also, shout out to the best mods in the land. Sima Singh, Bodega Wi-Fi, the new Knicks. We appreciate all you do. Pedro, take it, my friend.
Oh, Robert, you're showing me what's inside of cigars. I have my own theories on that, but it's got to be something strong and potent.
Yeah, Rob, you got to try Oscar Leaf, man, on your cigars, man.
Oh, no, I like the Olivio, the Dudos. I got like a certain brand that I like. You know, I tried them, a lot of them, but these ones work for me.
Yeah. Did you try the Moon Rocks and Strawberry or Melon?
Okay, well, I'll look into it.
You from your takes, you definitely got to be putting something else in there.
Baby, I like these up. These are the good ones.
Knox had 6 points, Kev.
Oh, is that the prediction?
No, his last game. I haven't seen him, so I had to remind him about the.
So Chuck, are you still going with tomorrow night? Three points for Knox and one rebound.
Yeah, 3-1 and 0.
All right, Kevin, it's yours.
I'm saying it right now.
In a game with Golden State, that's bad.
Kevin Knox is going to have 15 tomorrow.
3.
15 minutes.
Yeah. Not
probably.
Even.
He's probably gonna hit 4 threes tomorrow.
What?
I hope so.
No.
Yeah, 4. Going 4 threes.
Okay. If Knox hit 4 threes, we win.
At a minimum 4 threes. I'm saying 4 threes.
Yeah, we win.
If Knox hit 4 threes, Curry hitting 9.
Curry hit 9. Curry's one of the greatest shooters of all time. You like what Knox does has any bearing on what Curry does. Curry is one of the greatest shooters of all time. It has nothing to do with Knox hitting. Curry hitting 9 threes has nothing to do with Knox hitting 4.
I'm just saying what kind of game it'll be.
Yeah.
If Knox hit 4 threes, we winning.
Hey Chuck, let me ask you a question, Chuck, from the chat. JD, as always, thanks for your questions. We appreciate it. With Burks back, whose minutes will he replace? I feel Knox may be the odd man out. Tomorrow will be easy with Rivers out. Tibbs is going with all vets.
Is he officially back? Probable.
I think he's probable, but the way the Post and others are talking, it looks like he'll be back.
Yeah, I think it'll come down. Well, obviously it's Rivers minutes right now because he's out, and I think Frank is doubtful. They upped him to doubtful, so it'll be Bullock and Knox minutes. Bullock and Knox.
Yep.
Those two.
What do you think, Kev? Whose minutes are going to be impacted?
The thing about, like I said, to be honest with you, it's probably Noel.
What?
Because
that's a little abstract. Yeah.
He's the center.
He's a 5.
You should
but
have
you can have, but hold on, no. And I say that because
more rest for RJ.
Huh? No, as in no, okay, so this how Tibbs' rotation works. I can see Obi and Knox moving up to the backup big spot with Burks coming back, and so that'll take away because Obi can probably play backup center.
Ilk.
No,
he can't.
Oh my God!
How many backup big men do you really have that are like
Obi couldn't post up Osman on the Cavs, and you expect him to play a 5?
Obi's a small 4.
He's a tweener. He's the definition of a tweener, Obi.
And what is Noel? I literally saw who did play last game? Who did we play last game? What was that last game?
Yeah, but Noel
was that Thompson? I literally saw Noel literally Thompson like backed up. He got a rebound backed up, and Noel went flying. I literally saw that with my own eyes. Like, so what does that make Noel? Because I'm pretty sure I was about to say that that if you think that Obi probably weighs more than Noel does.
They weigh the same. One is 6'9", one is 6'11".
Well, then, wow, that's saying a lot. Then. So then, if that's the case, then I don't really see what the purpose of that is, because if they weigh the same, it's about 2 inches of height on a big man, that's fine.
But Noel did have 6 blocks 2 games ago, man.
Yeah, he's a much better defender than Obi.
Is that saying a lot? What you're talking about Noel's defense, seeing some of the matchups he's had this season?
Yeah, but he's much
than Obi.
It's not.
Well, we haven't seen Obi that much, so the sample size for Obi is a lot smaller. As it should be. Than saying someone like Noel. We know what Noel is. Noel, I mean, the sample size of Noel is like, ooh, this is kind of bad.
You're better off saying Randall at backup center, really, to be honest.
What I'm saying is you can get by with Obi playing a small ball 5 as a backup.
He said Obi's a combo guard.
Combo center.
Yeah. Man, I'll tell you, there's 5s all over the league that are listening to you, Kevin. Say, please play Obi at the 5, please.
I mean, it can't, like I said, it really can't be that much worse than Noel.
It would be Randall. If anything went to that lineup, Randall would be playing the 5. Obi would be playing the 4.
Yep.
If we had to go there.
I wouldn't put
and then maybe 5, but Knox will get light at the 3.
Well, Todd is still there. He ain't play yet.
Yeah, that's true. They may do that, but Obi has a lot of work on the strength side. You just brought up 4. He has enough trouble against 3s with strength. Obi at the 4, there ain't no way they're gonna just push him. He's not gonna be able to do anything against strong 4s in this league.
Yeah, I mean, Obi's
like
got
I
a
said,
chance.
he's a tweener, unfortunately.
He's got a chance against Golden State, though. He can work on that team.
Especially if Quick is in the lineup with him. There seems to be some nice chemistry.
At least
with
offensively.
Yeah.
Nah, I think Draymond lock him right up. Easy.
Yeah, I don't think he would
lock up the whole crew.
He's obviously not going to back down Draymond. So I think they would work it around. They'd set picks for him and do that on the second unit.
I'll say Knox get a dunk tomorrow.
What's that?
Knox get a dunk tomorrow.
In the layup line.
Hallelujah. I hope so.
In the layup line, that's about it.
In the game.
He might miss that.
Knox gonna go to the rim.
Listen, I want Chuck going to Chuck's gonna come in. If Knox does get like he's like, oh, I said he was gonna have this if he didn't play this many minutes. That's what I said.
No, I said he's gonna have 3.
Period. 3 period.
3 period.
And
1
board.
period. 0 period.
Regardless of how much he plays, he's gonna have 3.
He's gonna have 3 points. He's gonna make.
I want the whole chat to remember this. Regardless of anything that happens, Kevin Knox is gonna have 3 points. Says Chuck. Because I don't want tomorrow to be like, I said if he didn't play 10 minutes, he'd have 3
Knox
points.
gonna get about 14. I say about between 10 and 14.
You always way off and always too high.
Nah, I say 10 and 14. Between 10 and 14, he gonna get that.
Mitch was gonna tear up.
I think he
Mitch
do it.
was
I
gonna
just don't
tear up.
know. Tibbs trust him.
Wiseman. Didn't you say Mitch was gonna tear Wiseman?
He gonna shut him down. Wiseman might get 10 or 12. That's it.
Is Mitch gonna outscore him? Is Mitch gonna outscore him?
No, Mitch won't outscore.
No, he gonna out defend him.
Hey, fellas, our brother Sima Singh from the chat said, have you noticed that Knox hasn't had a dunk since he hurt his hand trying to dunk against Toronto?
Well, he usually don't get to the basket. That's nothing new for him.
Nah, he gonna score at the basket. Look, Knox gonna do 2 things.
Sima may be right.
He gonna get a dunk.
That is right, actually. I haven't seen him dunk since then.
I know Simmons.
I saw he had layups. He had that layup. A couple layups.
But he didn't dunk it
against
wing defenders
Boston or Cleveland.
no handle.
Bullock dunk more than Knox.
I haven't seen.
Payton
what?
dunks more than Knox.
I'm not falling for this. I am not falling for that, Chuck, because I haven't seen Bullock dunk one time this whole season.
His hair got in the way.
Has anyone seen Bullock? I'm not lying. Has Bullock actually dunked this season?
That's a really great point. I don't know if I remember him dunking. Hey,
I don't think he has.
Do you remember him? Other than the other night, he very seldom takes foul shots. The guy. So
yeah, I don't. I really don't. I mean, I don't. I mean, I've seen when we were at the Philadelphia game, I saw Ben Simmons back up from Kevin Knox when he dunked. Cause I'm not about to get on this poster again.
Yeah.
So I know I've seen Kevin Knox do it a couple times. I literally saw Ben Simmons back up. Like, I've seen this picture before.
Yeah. Hey,
this ain't happening to me again.
Hey, Goose.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on Knox tomorrow night?
Yeah, I was just thinking about that. My concern is not what Knox can do or can't do once he's on the court. My concern is why is it that he can't get off the bench for more than 20 minutes over the last 3 games that they've had? His minutes have been steadily diminishing since the beginning of the season. So the last three games, he's only played 9 minutes, 15, and 17 respectively.
What about that 4th game?
That's what I'm saying. At the beginning of the season, he was playing more minutes. Well, you're talking the 4th game, right? So the game against Charlotte and Brooklyn, he played 29 minutes and 24 minutes respectively. But after that, against Cleveland, Boston, and Orlando, he hasn't broken the 20-minute mark. So my concern is not so much what he can do or how many points he's going to score. My concern is him getting the chance to show his worth. Thibs, for some reason, hasn't been giving him the.
He has a couple of early fouls during that little stretch too.
I mean, the last 3 games.
I've noticed that the Tibbs rotations has changed, and it's something I don't like because I remember Tibbs is a stickler for his rotation. So Knox was coming in. See,
at the 2-minute mark.
It would be. His first rotation would be Quickley for Payton, then Noel, then Knox would come in at about 3 to 4 minutes left. Now Knox is coming in at about like a minute left in the first.
Right, Rivers was coming in for Bullock before Knox.
It's like,
so now that Rivers is out, that might change.
It's like so Rivers is coming in for Bullock instead of Knox coming in for Bullock because Knox comes in for RJ now, not for Bullock. So that's the big switch. Is Rivers comes in for Bullock and not RJ. That's why Knox's minutes is down because Knox is backing up RJ for some reason instead of Rivers doing it.
But then when he does, Rivers slides over to the 2.
Yeah, because they usually that's when they had the backup 5. So it's usually Noel, Obi, Knox, Rivers, and Quickley. But because Knox is backing up RJ, that's why Knox's minutes have been down the last couple of games. Because RJ is always the first. He's like the last one off. Well, him and Julius is the last one off, but they're always the first ones back.
So now that Burks is back, Burks will probably come in for RJ, and Knox will relieve Bullock off the bench.
Or as Ghetto Intellect said, they may move RJ to the 3 and have Burks at the 2.
So I would.
And like I said, all really depends. My thing, like I said,
I don't think they're gonna bring in Burks like that. I think Burks may come in after Knox.
Yeah, and he'll be load managed tonight. He won't do more than 15
minutes.
Yeah,
he's just getting back. I don't think that he's gonna really take.
To be honest with you, I really don't know, and this is not me trying to boost up Knox or anything.
No,
this goes back to the beginning of the season. I really don't know if Tibbs is all that high on Alec Burks.
I don't know if he's all that high on Knox.
No, but I say that because listen, if you go back to the season, I remember like the first two preseason games, Bullock got benched and didn't even play. The first game, he didn't even play in like the second half. Then he got a little more minutes a second. Then he kind of like blew up, right? But then, if you remember, Tibbs went with Bullocks over Burks to start because he was like, I have more faith in Bullocks than Burks. And so, but then Burks had like those really, really good. Like he performed really well, right? But it kind of goes back. It's like, well, why? So you kind of had a quick hook on Burks in the beginning, and then he had like a 4-game window between the last 2 preseason games and the first 2 regular season games, where like he's playing really well, but then he got hurt, and so it's kind of like, okay, does Tibbs really have that much faith in Alec Burks? Because I don't think Burks is. I don't recall, but I don't know if Burks is that good of a defensive player, anyways. Like like his career, I don't know if he's been like, oh, he's a really good defensive player or anything like that. He might be. I don't know. I've never followed Alec Burks. I'm just saying. So it's kind of like
it's 20 minutes. I think Knox gonna get his 15 to 20 minutes, no matter what they doing. And if he playing better, he gonna get more.
Foxy, to answer your question, I think if Knox can get on the court like Rob says for at least 25 minutes, and if he could put up at least 15 attempts, I would write him in for at least between 15 to 17 points.
I want to take
Knox.
That's the most attempts he's had this season. I think it was 17 attempts against what was it? Maybe Charlotte. And that's where he put his season high. So a game against,
even though he didn't play the minutes that he was supposed to play, the minutes even after that Charlotte game, I really think that he knows, like, okay, if I come in there and I do this, because Knox is doing more on the floor that's not being looked at yet. But as you looking at him, you'll see that he's doing a little bit more on the floor. He came off the dribble. Clyde said, look, he came off the dribble. He went to the hole. Yeah, he missed it. But I don't think that he started even working on the right side of the floor that I thought was a bad mistake the last 2 games, because on the other side of the floor, he's better. So now he's mixing things up a little bit. It didn't come to the team that we've seen it yet, but he's doing different things. So I think that that's what Tibbs is looking at, and Knox is comfortable doing it, whether he miss or not. But he's doing different things in these last 3-4 games. So I'm looking in this game that he's going to do it, and he's going to hit. And then this is what they're working on.
Yeah. You say he's doing different things without naming one thing.
Going to the basket, put the ball off the dribble. He missed.
He was terrible every time he does it.
But early in the season, he stayed right there with the threes, and he put up the 3 for the range.
And he's great at that. And he should stay
okay, so now I'm thinking he's going to add to the game, because I think that Knox got the total package.
But I don't think that total package has convinced Tibbs. I'm just getting vibes that Knox,
keep on doing it.
Because look how much he plays Bullock, and look how many, even though he's shooting the lights out from the corner and everything, it still hasn't convinced Tibbs to give more minutes to Knox.
He got to come off that dribble, and he got to hit those shots. If you want more minutes, hit those shots. We already know you got this 3 in the corner.
He has been hitting the shots, but he's not getting the touches.
Tibbs said the other game that he wants to see Kevin Knox.
Lower your mic, Kev. It's really loud.
I don't know why it's going on.
Because the chat said that too.
Tibbs said the other day he wants to see Kevin Knox do more things. That he knows Kevin Knox can do more things.
He's making it in practice. He's just
like Tibbs said this himself, that he knows Kevin Knox can do more and wants to see Kevin Knox do more.
Yeah, but
he says, I know Kevin Knox can hit I'm going to pull up the quote. And he said, I know Kevin Knox has been hitting the 3 at a really good clip. I know that he can do more, and that's what we're working on him with.
He's been going to the basket. He just been missing.
Tibbs could say that.
He went to the look. He was off the dribble. Even Clyde called it. He said Knox off the dribble, and he missed the shot. Then the next one, Knox put 3 dribbles on the floor, and he went and he missed that one. Then he got pulled. But long as he's trying it, I think, okay, let's keep it going. Let's see what he do tomorrow. Because like I said, you got Frankenstein and the monster.
Yeah.
So
A quick
Tibbs
shout out to
trust
Brad Johnston, our friend from Australia. Thanks so much for your support. He's saying Knicks by 5, 92-87. Thanks, Brad. Good to see you, man.
Does he know we're playing Golden State?
Yeah, maybe not. Somebody let him know.
It's gonna be a little high scoring in that.
After a blowout. You seen the next game we played after a blowout. We
could
blew
say
out Boston and we couldn't get past 100 points. Okay, their legs. We got 3 days off. I'm looking for a good performance. We practice. We already know how Tibbs practice.
We could say that Tibbs wants Knox to do different things. We could say he trusts Knox. But why is Knox getting 15 minutes a game?
Thank you.
There has to be something
you got 15 minutes a game the last 3 games. For the season, he's averaging 20 points a game. 20 minutes a game.
You show your trust with playing time.
But here's the thing, like I said, for the season, he's averaging more than 20 points. Just because he hasn't gotten those last 3 doesn't mean overall
he hasn't
been playing that much.
I think
who's averaging more than 20 points?
Working on Knox.
I said 20 minutes, not 20 points.
Okay.
I'm sorry. He's averaging more than 20 minutes on the season. It just comes in spurts. So, he
there's something that Tibbs is not seeing, and I think that might be on the defensive end.
But
it probably is. You see, he still fall for he still has the hiccups. He still picks up those little ticky tack fouls sometimes.
I don't think his defense has gotten better, but I don't think that it's been sporadic. I think in Tibbs' eyes, I don't think I didn't think it's not a consistency that he's looking for. And when he kind of dips on his defensive end, he's got a quick hook on him.
I'll say this. I'll say this more than any player. I think the coaching staff is like I think Stephen Fox said it. I think it was Steve that said it.
If it's a good point, I said it.
It's good. If the coaches didn't go and talk to Kevin Knox as much as they didn't care. But the fact that every time you see Kevin Knox come up the court when Tibbs pulls him, you see Johnny Bryant and Woody right there.
Yeah,
Knox is playing
in his ear
because he's fragile.
Knox is playing well.
I don't know if it's fragile.
I think it's an
they're trying to coach him up. Like, okay, this is what you're doing. You need to do this better.
Yeah,
that's not being fragile. If you're a coach and you have an investment in a player, like, okay, let me tell you what you did wrong. This is what you did wrong, and that we need to clean this up.
Yeah,
that's not a player being fragile. If you know basketball, then that's coaching. That's what you're supposed to do.
With every player they pull off.
Knox took the ball to the middle.
I don't think you have to do it with every player that you pull off. I've seen it with Johnny Bryant do that with RJ. So is RJ fragile?
No.
Then why is Johnny Bryant talking to RJ?
Well, there's such thing as correction. If it's every now and then, that's fine. But if it's
I guarantee when you watch the game tomorrow, watch the sidelines and see how much Johnny Bryant talks to RJ. And then we can go back tomorrow and see if RJ is fragile or not.
No.
Since talking to coaches, it means you're fragile.
Now you're putting words in my mouth. I never said RJ was fragile. He's not.
But you said talking to coaches makes you fragile.
No, that's not what I said. I said that if he did it every time where he's got to put his arm around his shoulder, I only threw the question out there. Is it because he's fragile?
And I'm asking the question: is RJ fragile?
He's not.
But Johnny Bryant talks to RJ all the time.
Okay, we're saying something totally different because you're talking about pulling someone and then going to him right away.
One is instructional and one is,
Yeah, and I'm not saying I know that for sure. I'm just throwing it out there.
I think Knox goes into the games knowing that he has things to work on. So when they give him the minutes they give him and he comes off the court, the coaches are quick to talk to him only to say, okay, this is what you did good and this is what you could work on. So that way when his neck gets on the court, when he gets back on the court, he knows what the coaches are looking for and what he needs to be consistent with or what he needs to correct. When you have a young team like this, You're going if I had a team where my oldest player was 29 years old, and I was the GM, and I'm up in the box looking at this game, and I don't see my coaches in the ears of my young players, then I'll be concerned. Because I got a team of youngsters, and most of them are one and dones or 2 years in college at most. And so my oldest vet's like 29 years old. So I want to see my coaches in the ears of my players.
Yeah.
Because you could think the thing is this. If you look at our own lives, right? If we did things correct every single time, would we learn anything? Most of the times we learn by the mistakes we make and the corrections we make. So then when we're up into that situation again, we know better because you learn by the mistakes you make. So these players, their egos are big. They've this high confidence because they're millionaires at 19, 20, 21 years old. And sometimes it takes a coach to point out the mistakes they're making because a lot of times they look in the mirror and they think they're Superman. They say, no, that's not my mistake. That's someone else's mistake. My teammate didn't make that coverage, or you know what I mean. So sometimes it takes someone else to say, you know what? Yes, it was your fault. So let's work on it the next time you get back on the court. You know what I mean? I'm not saying Knox is not the toughest guy on the team, that's for sure. But I don't know if they're trying to protect his psyche at this point.
Yeah, I don't know that either. But
I think it's his defense. I think it's his defense.
I don't really think it's none of that. What I think it is right now, they done told Knox, look, this is what you're going to do on the floor. Because when I see Knox on the floor, I don't see lack of confidence. That's one thing that I don't see. I don't see lack of confidence. What I do see is, okay, you're not making the shots. If you're not shooting a three and then you put the ball on the floor, Knox brought up the break on against Orlando. He pushed the ball to the middle, he shot the ball quickly. The play ran. He went to a spot. He cut. So he's doing things on the floor. And I don't see nothing with Knox that I can say that Knox is out there like looking at himself that I feel different, that, oh, I'm only doing that. I think Knox got a certain confidence right now. The shots are just not going in.
Well, I think what Johnny Bryant should be telling Knox is to make yourself available. Ball movement, player movement, make yourself available. Move without the ball. That's what he should be telling Knox.
When they're on the floor together, Julius Randle's even talking to Knox on the floor.
I think when he gets into that,
that's going on, that you're going to see an eruption from Knox. If I know basketball the way that I think that I do, and I see what's going on with Knox, you're going to, in this West Coast trip, I think before Knox get back to New York, you're going to see something different that's going to happen on this West Coast trip with Knox.
Based on what?
Based on what he's already been doing. He already laid down the three. I'm not going to stay in the corner for three when I got more to offer for the team. He's moving on the floor a lot more better.
I question more of that because he needs to show more than that.
Hey, look, how many rebounds Knox had last game? About 6, 7, 5, something like that. No. It was more than his usual 3.
Mm-hmm. Well, not the last game against the
Magic.
The
last game against
Show the stat, man.
The Magic had 0 rebounds.
So it wasn't that. So it must have been the Boston game.
So in the Boston game, Knox had 2 rebounds.
And Friday,
how far back we gonna go?
Until it meets his narrative. Knox had 4 rebounds against the Cavs.
The most rebounds he's had this year is 6. That's his.
I like to think with Knox, the rebounding for Knox comes at.
You're not going to get many rebounds sitting at the 3-point line.
Yeah, I mean, that's just it. He's not in position because of the game plan that he's in. He's not going to be in position to get a lot of rebounds.
On the 3-point line, you can't rebound. And then when you're checking your man and your man shooting threes, you ain't there for the rebound. Because everybody that he's guarding is out there on the perimeter. So how he's supposed to get rebounds and he's not down?
You don't want to say he was this rebound.
I'm just saying, that was
that's my thing. But if you look at the defense, if you go back in the games, look at the people who he's guarding, he's out on the perimeter. So he's never in position to get that many rebounds. When he is, I've seen Knox fight for a lot of rebounds this season.
The point is, I think that's his role. That's and I think it's his role for a reason. I think Tibbs recognizes that he's not going to post anyone, even when he has the size
he done
advantage.
went to the post.
He's not going to.
Certain
He's not
things.
going to dribble
Knox
drive.
done went to the post. He done posted a player.
But see, hold on. Like I said, the things you're saying he's not going to do, I've seen Kevin Knox do this season. I've seen Kevin Knox, when the team is in a funk, do things differently. Like, okay, let me go in the post because ain't nobody shot falling, so I'm going to call for it in here.
Have you seen him be successful at it, though?
Yes.
Okay,
but
because he's only done it 3 times.
I was about to say, if you've only done it 3 times, then it's
he's done it 3 times,
successful,
and he's had 2 of the 3 have been successful. So I mean, if that's the same result we had to work with. He caught for the ball 3 times in the post. He scored 2 out of the 3 times.
You're the coolest.
I think Knox is going on this West Coast trip. We got 4 games out here. You're going to see, because the West Coast going to pick up the pace. That's more Knox game. East Coast, slow down, walk the ball down. This is more of Knox thing to show what he want to do.
Hey, fellas, we're going to be shutting this thing down soon in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah,
so
because I'm sitting here with y'all. I actually have done no work.
I just want to go. I just want to go around real quick. What do you think what are we going to do? What's our record going to be on this 4-game thing?
Who we play these 4 games? We play Golden State,
Portland, Utah, and Sacramento. Yeah, not necessarily that. It's
do we have any back-to-backs?
Yes, Thursday and Friday.
Yeah. I think I see 2-2 or 3-1 or 1-3.
So our back-to-back is Golden State and Portland.
Say that again, Ralph.
No, Golden State and Sacramento.
I'm trying to keep my man Foxy up all night, man. Foxy, get some sleep.
I am. I'm gonna get out of here soon, but I've been getting sleep, so I'm a little refreshed, my brother.
So
Kev,
Golden State and
Sacramento Friday.
So,
they play the Kings on Friday.
So
Kev, boot Foxy out, man. Foxy.
All right, I'm out of here. Hey, I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow.
I'm about to go too. I gotta get some work done.
Yeah, don't get fired.
Sacramento is the measuring stick, not Golden State. Because I think
you guys are the best. I love you, man.
But
good night,
love you, Chad.
Like the thing that I said already about the team is this here. Out of all the teams, we're the 4th youngest team in the league, but we're the 16th best team in the league. 4th youngest, 16th best. So therefore,
16th best at what? Record?
Yeah, record-wise, we're 16th in the whole NBA. We're 16th, but we're the 4th youngest. So therefore, we're winning our share games that we need to win. As the 4th youngest team, we got older teams with more losses than us. Miami got more losses than us. A lot of teams got more losses than us. We're playing hard.
I'm gonna say 2-2, hopefully.
Yeah, I'm gonna say 2-2 also, because they're playing the Warriors tonight, the Kings on Friday, the Trailblazers on Sunday, and the Jazz on Tuesday. Now the Trailblazers are depleted because their shooting guard is out. I think he got injured.
They're missing a player.
Yeah, CJ's out. I think he got injured.
And, they got the other guy with the wrist. Right?
Listen. We've seen us get beat by depleted teams, so that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, no doubt.
But
there's no guarantees. But I say 500. I say 500. 2-2.
I agree. I think Golden State will be a hard predict. I don't see them winning that game. I hope they do, but I just don't see it. The Sacramento game, I think that's Sacramento and Portland, I think, is where they have their biggest chance. And I don't think they're sweeping Utah.
Yeah, I think Sacramento and Portland.
The thing about, like I said, there's so many different contrasting styles, because I think they're going to run more. Golden State and Sacramento are both running teams, and have those on back-to-backs. Well, because if Tibbs runs Julius, he's not going to have nothing left that Sacramento game.
Yes,
we're going up against Draymond. Not going up against Draymond, and then going up against
Bagley? What?
Bagley's a big boy.
Man, so it's
I'm just saying.
Man, that's
Bagley ain't no tweener. He's a big boy.
Doesn't run,
I'm not putting no props on
his offense is very deliberate. I don't see what you guys are seeing. I don't see how we're all of a sudden going to start running.
That's what I'm saying. That's the problem. Is the other teams are going to run,
Yeah,
and we're not that great defensively. Believe it. Forget the metrics. Defensively, we are not that great because a lot of things are masked. We give up a lot of open threes. The other teams are just missing them. It has nothing to do with our defense.
No,
if you go back, teams are just
shoot.
missing threes.
We're choosing the ones we want to shoot.
I'm just saying when you go out west and these teams stretch all their players can shoot, it's different between going up against Orlando and you got Dwayne Bacon out there here trying to shoot threes, the way you have Andrew Wiggins.
But look, we're in the top 10 on right now in the league on stopping the three.
Again, we've been playing people like Dwayne Bacon.
It doesn't matter. We let no one shoot that we want to shoot. The ones we don't want to shoot, not shooting.
We'll see what happens at Golden State. Because if Golden State going to show out, they're going to shoot 43s.
The only one that can shoot out there with him is just Curry. Who else?
Oubre can shoot. He got to a slow start, but Oubre can shoot.
The key.
He was 1 for 59 himself.
You know, they're gonna let Curry be Curry as long, you know, but it's gonna be his teammates. They're gonna try to slow down Pascal, Kelly Oubre, Wiggins. I don't think Wiggins is much of a concern. He hasn't shown anything, but Kelly Oubre, I think, is gonna be the.
I think we got Green, we got Oubre. And then
but I have to get out of here because I actually have to do some work. Pretty
salute, Kelly.
Get some work done in the chat.
Yeah. All right.
All right, Kev.
Rob,
Yeah, I'm gonna step off soon.
I mean, because we're discounting what they're gonna do on defense because Curry may not be a great individual on-ball defender, but they've got Oubre and Wiggins who are fantastic wing defenders. They got Draymond who shut down AD. You know, he's going to give Randall fits. Randall's going to have a problem with it.
He didn't shut down old dude.
Yeah, he did.
Dude just missed shots. He didn't
shut down for AD. You know what I mean? He was a problem.
I think we're going to hey look. I think
we're discounting what they're going to do on the other end. And I don't think we can
but
with
look,
them. I think that's a bad game plan.
Every team done discounted us.
Hey, we could. It ain't impossible. I'm
No,
not putting money.
it's possible for them to win at home, but I'm just saying we're not going in there being no slouch. That's against them. They was in the lottery just like us.
No, of course not. I mean, extenuating circumstances. They didn't have their two top guys, but
hey, look, and they still don't.
Well, they're missing one.
I think our team defense and how we play for 48 minutes defensively is going to determine whether or not we pull this out. We're not great individually on the defense, but as a team, we're pretty good. So I think to pull this win out tomorrow, we're going to have to be on point defensively. As long as we don't let them pull away and we limit how many runs they go on, this is a winnable game. I mean, they're not the Golden State of 3 years ago or 4 years ago. That's for sure.
No, it's winnable. We got a board, like you said.
But we have to be at our best. You know, listen, the Warriors can beat us a lot easier than we can beat them. We have to be at our best to beat the Warriors tonight. The Warriors can have a 60-point game from Curry and beat us by 5 points. Right, because as a whole, our complete team has to be a participants in this win, whereas you just need one or two players on the Warriors to pull a win out for them. Yeah. You know, Curry being a big part of that.
I don't disagree.
No, they don't need 3 players to beat us. 2 players. 2 of them players.
I mean, if Kelly Oubre, Curry, and Draymond Green.
Man, but who's him? Who is Kelly Oubre? Really?
Draymond Green
Who's Kelly
has
Oubre?
been doing the
Hopefully you'll find
intangibles
out tonight.
to help them win this year. It's not going to show up on the box scores,
Look,
but
I reckon
Draymond Green has been doing the small things defensively and with passing to help them win. You can't just write him off.
So whatever Oubre been doing, we've been doing it at a better level because our record is better than theirs. We beat Boston. We beat the Bucks. They beat the Lakers. Okay, let's roll.
I agree. Let's roll.
Yeah, I mean, let's play the game. You got to play the game, right? So let's see. I hope they win.
Yeah.
We're not shook by them.
Nah, not at all. Go up in there. No fans there.
But just realistically, you got to think we definitely are the underdog.
But look, we are the underdogs because we're playing at home. I think if we was playing in the Madison Square Garden, we wouldn't be.
I don't know about that.
If you go on ESPN and other outlets are giving us a tiny smidgen of a possibility to win tonight's game.
Boston was +7,
right?
And we beat them.
That's
right. They're not going to be +7. Boston is better than Golden State. We know that right now.
Yeah, but was Boston +7 because Tatum was out of the game?
Yeah, and
How much
Thompson
would
is
they have
out the
been with
game.
Tatum?
Thompson is out the game. Thompson is out the game.
Okay, yeah, but I mean,
Thompson right now is better than Tatum.
But Thompson has been out all year.
Okay, but we didn't face them, and our record is better.
Hey, from your lips to God's ears, I hope they pull it out tonight.
Yeah, look, we got to play the game. Peace to the chat, fellas. Holla back tomorrow.
Good night. I guess shutting down. Pleasure talking to you guys. Pleasure.
All right.
Salute.
All right. Salute. All right, man. Take care. All right, Pedro.
Later.
Yo, Freezer, you there? All right, chat. So we're gonna sign off. Thanks for tuning in. Hit the like and subscribe button and share. Share with your friends and your co-workers and the fellow Knicks fans. If they like the content, if you like the content, let your friends and buddies and other fans of the Knicks know about the Knicks at night and the Knicks morning drive. Check out Freezy, Stephen Fox. We're gonna go ahead and shut it down. All right. Peace out. One.